Health will now come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Click,
Here.
Compos.
Here.
Jaton.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Jones of Harris.
Here.
Jones of Dallas. Price.
Here. Good morning, everyone. We have a pretty ambitious agenda today, and I'm hopeful we can move through it in an efficient manner. As a reminder, if there's anyone who wishes to testify on any of the bills we'll be hearing today, you must register on the electronic witness affirmation kiosk located outside the hearing room before you testify, and indicate which bill you would like to testify on. We're going to go ahead and start hearing some bills.
These are in numerical order.
The chair lays out House Bill 1788 and recognizes Chair Buckley to lay out his bill.
Good morning, Chair Click, Vice Chair Campos, and members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to lay out this important legislation. House Bill 1788 addresses misleading and false labeling of alternative protein products. The bill aims to provide consumers with labels that are easily discernible between traditional and alternative protein products. In other words, consumers need to know when they're purchasing fake meat. Technological advances have led to an increasing amount of alternative protein products that mimic traditional protein sources in the market. Alternative protein products are often plant-based, containing soy as a protein source, and plant blood known as heme. Also, technology has advanced to a point where meat can be produced in the laboratory. These products are known as cell-based, cell-cultured, or lab-grown meat. Recent federal decisions have opened the gates for the production of cell-cultured meat, and it's time for Texas to have clear guidelines and labeling for consumers. These protein products are often labeled as chicken, beef, or egg, and they fail to properly describe the means and processes involved in their production. Consumers deserve clear and accurate labeling of the food they purchase so they can make informed buying decisions. House Bill 1788 provides clear definitions for these terms like analog products, cell-cultured products, and meat products, and determined by the method that they were produced. This bill states that manufacturers are to label a protein product accurately in order to avoid misleading consumers through misrepresentation. An example that is appropriate for this discussion is that of a cubic zirconia. It looks like a diamond to the naked eye, but it's not a diamond. And consumers expect both to be labeled accurately. And with that, the consumer can decide on which to purchase. And at my house, I know which way I need to go on that one. House Bill 1788 aims to provide consumers with transparent, accurate, and honest labeling for the products they purchase. This bill provides clear definitions to govern labeling that informs consumers and reflects the changing landscape in protein production. We're working on a committee substitute with the stakeholders to provide further flexibility and fairness for companies to label alternative protein products. And with that, I'm available for questions. I thank you for your consideration, and I reserve my right to close.
The chair recognizes Representative Alverson and Tenderholter present. Members, do you have any questions for Chair Buckley? Okay, we'll begin our public hearing. Chair calls Michael Besner. I show that your name is Michael Besner, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're with the Texas Cattle Feeders Association, and you're representing them and yourself, and you're for the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Please begin.
Good morning, Chairwoman Click and members of the committee. Thank you for letting me be here today. My name is Michael Besner, and I'm from Dalhart, Texas. I'm the general manager of our family's feed yard that is in Texline, Texas. We have about 20,000 head on feed at a commercial feed yard. And I also currently serve as chairman of the Texas Cattle Feeders Association, an agriculture trade association whose members annually feed and market more than 6 million cattle, which is approximately 28% of the nation's fed beef production. I'm here today on behalf of Texas Cattle Feeders and myself, testifying in support of HB 1788. And I thank Representative Buckley for filing this important consumer-focused legislation. While I raise and feed and sell cattle for a living, my real product is beef. And at the end of the day, my goal is to consistently produce a high-quality, nutritious product that you will enjoy eating. Consumer confidence in beef and beef production is vital to my success. Cattlemen and cattlewomen across our state have worked hard and built a reputation for producing wholesome, sustainable, and great-tasting beef. While consumer confidence in beef remains high, consumer confusion over food product labels is growing at an alarming rate. On grocery store shelves across Texas, you can find a variety of products that demonstrate the need for more accurate food product labeling. It has become all too common for products not associated with beef production to use the same terms and identifiers on their packaging as real beef, leading to consumer confusion. A recent national consumer study revealed that 2/3 of the respondents believed that plant-based products labeled with meat terms contain real meat. Likewise, in a survey of 1,200 Texas consumers, 1 in 5 respondents who purchased a plant-based product felt misled by the label, noting that they thought the product contained real meat. The same survey also indicated that 71% of Texas consumers routinely examine food labels before making grocery store purchases, and they're still confused. In addition to the plant-based product on the market today, lab-grown or cell-cultured tissue products are being developed. When these products make it to grocery store shelves, consumers must be able to clearly tell the difference between natural products and those produced in a lab. Without accurate definitions and the subsequent truthful labeling of all products, it will be an impossible task. There's room for all products in the marketplace, but consumers must be able to easily differentiate between products and have confidence in their purchasing decisions. HB 1788 will resolve the confusion and prevent consumers from being further misled by inaccurate food product labels. I ask you to please vote in favor of HB 1788. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Price.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question, Michael. I just want to thank you for traveling here to testify today. I know you can't be much further north and still be in the state of Texas than your home and feedlot and still get down here to do this. So thank you for doing it, and I appreciate Chairman Buckley for bringing the bill. We heard this similar bill last session, and some of the examples that were illustrated then, and I'm sure will be again today, really highlight the need for the bill. Completely support it, and I appreciate you coming today. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Representative.
Other questions, members? Thank you. Chair calls Bobby McElroy. I show your name is Bobby McElroy, and you're testifying on behalf of 44 Farms and the Texas and Southwestern Cattle Raisers Association, and you're for the bill, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, you can begin.
Good morning, Chairwoman Click and committee members. Thank you for having me this morning. My name is BJ McElroy. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of 44 Farms, a Texas cattle, ranch, and beef operation that is responsible for producing over 125 million pounds of beef annually for the consumer. I'm here today on behalf of 44 Farms and the Texas and Southwestern Cattle Raisers Association in support of House Bill 1788 and the committee substitute for House Bill 1788. Texas cattle producers have invested sweat equity and capital for years to ensure that Texas families have access to wholesome, healthy, safe, and affordable source of protein and essential nutrients. We've also been a responsible industry, following and implementing numerous federal laws and regulations that govern our industry, both from the ranch to the label that is on the product that our customer buys. We're also improving efficiencies using incredible technology to optimize supply chain, improve animal welfare, and the continued stewardship of our natural resources to meet the ever-growing demand for our nutritious beef. At the same time, we support customers' right to choose protein alternatives. Competition is healthy, and we do not oppose the development of new meat substitutes. We simply ask that the current and future protein alternatives be clearly labeled so that we're all playing by the same set of rules. Some in alternative protein industry are getting to play by a different set of rules and are not transparent in the packaging and labeling of their products. We, as a beef company, 44 Farms, if we sell beef to the consumer, we must submit labels to the USDA FSIS for approval of the layout of claims and the format, subject to very strict guidelines to ensure that the customer is properly and consistently informed. We appreciate this process to make sure that the customer has transparency and accuracy and clarity in the claims made. I feel that HB 1788 addresses the proper labeling for alternative proteins to ensure that the customer is properly informed and allows for a consistent set of rules for all. So on behalf of 44 Farms and TSCRA's more than 26,000 family ranches here in the great state of Texas, I'd like to thank the bill author, Representative Buckley, and his staff for their hard work, as well as the joint and co-authors, Representative Burrows, Gonzalez, Bales, Kitzman, Kemple, and Spiller. And thanks to all of you for your hard work and incredible work on this committee, as well as your time and consideration today. Thank you.
Questions, members? Thank you. Chair calls Joy Davis. Good morning. I show your name as Joy Davis, and you are with the Texas Farm Bureau, and you've registered in support of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Already, please begin.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Joy Davis, and I'm testifying in support of HB 1788 on behalf of Texas Farm Bureau. No matter what your nutritional goals, the variety of food choices available at the grocery store is sometimes overwhelming. Additionally, technological advances have made the development of non-traditional protein sources a reality. It is important for consumers to know exactly what they're purchasing. HB 1788 seeks to clarify the terms used on the packaging of these alternative protein products. Clarifying the terms are important as we venture further into new avenues of food production. Scientists have 3D printed a steak. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? A 2020 survey showed that 74% of Texans support banning meat substitute products from using words like meat or images of livestock if their product is not sourced from animals. Additionally, 1 out of every 5 Texans feel deceived by packaging on non-meat products. Texas Farm Bureau represents all of agriculture, farmers and ranchers. We are not opposed to alternative protein sources. They're our members. However, these products shouldn't be allowed to utilize the marketing avenues that we have cultivated for decades. Simply identify for the consumer what your product contains. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes that Representative Smith is with us now. Okay, I do not show any additional witnesses registered. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1788? Chair recognizes Representative Buckley to close.
Thank you, Chair Click. Members, this bill is pretty simple. It simply clearly defines the products that will be on the market. It simply asks for clarity and accuracy. In our office, it's about 50-50, the folks that call in support of this. Some that are absolutely vegan, vegetarian, want to know what's in the product they're purchasing. Others that are big meat eaters like myself that want to make sure that the label is accurate. When we look at the cell-cultured products, let's remember these will be indistinguishable from meat that comes from a carcass. It's in vitro, it's made in a dish. It's a stem cell derived product. The technology is amazing. But as we move forward, we need to make sure that we have clear and accurate labeling for Texans. Be happy to entertain any questions if there are, but if not, with that, I close.
Thank you, Representative Buckley. If there's no objection, House Bill 1788 will be left pending. The chair hears no objection. House Bill 1788 is left pending without objection. The chair lays out House Bill 2651 and recognizes Representative Howard to lay out the bill.
Thank you, Chair Click and committee members, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 2651. This bill is a recommendation of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force, referred to as SASTF. The SASTF is a one-of-a-kind group that was established by this legislative body in 2019 with the intent to establish a survivor-centered, trauma-informed, collaborative, and coordinated response to sexual violence experienced by adults and children in Texas. This group is led by the Children's Advocacy Centers of Texas, the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault, and the Office of the Governor. Other members of the SASTF include many more, but I'll just mention a few. Survivors are a part of this, the Office of the Attorney General, the Texas Health and Human Services Commission, the International Association of Forensic Nurses, and an emergency room physician. There are many more. Over the last 4 years, SASTF has worked with stakeholders across the state and provided hundreds of recommendations to state agencies, local law enforcement groups, community stakeholders, and the legislature. Last session, we passed all of the 11 policy recommendations that were submitted to the legislature. These recommendations improved access to SAFE ready facilities, and SAFE is the Sexual Assault Forensic Exam ready facilities, ensured all survivors have access to a forensic exam, and improved access to survivor-centered services in rural areas. HB 2651 builds on this legacy and would ensure that a sexual assault survivor's rights are adhered to in an emergency room setting by mandating that certain medical professionals receive training related to forensic evidence collection and trauma-informed care. Current law requires nurses who work in an emergency department to receive 2 hours of training on forensic evidence collection, but does not provide any specificity regarding the content of that training. This bill more comprehensively defines the topics to be covered in the training in alignment with the Texas Evidence Collection Protocol put forth by the Office of the Attorney General. This legislation would also mandate that physicians and physician assistants who work in an emergency department obtain the same 2-hour training. Additionally, persons who are employed at a healthcare facility who provide intake or administrative support would be mandated by this bill to have a minimum 1 hour of training on survivor-centered, trauma-informed care to sexual assault victims and information on the rights of survivors under Chapter 56A of the Code of Criminal Procedure with regard to medical forensic exams. This bill would ensure that every person a survivor comes into contact with in an emergency room is well-versed and trained in not only best practices on how to handle these situations, but is also well aware of the survivor's rights. This bill is critically important, especially in light of the fact that, according to FBI records, in 2020, Texas had an estimated total 13,509 rape offenses, the highest in the nation. And that's the number of reported sexual assaults. According to research done by the Institute of Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault, only 9.2% of victims actually reported their experience to law enforcement. And of those, about 3% actually proceed to a full investigation and trial. We must do more to improve every part of the system that a survivor comes into contact with. Doing so may encourage more to pursue justice through the law and will also ensure that every survivor in Texas feels supported and believed throughout the process. This session, we have the opportunity to once again move Texas toward a future in which all survivors of sexual violence have access to the services, programs, and resources necessary to heal. And with that, Chair Click, I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions for Representative Howard? Representative Alverson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, appreciate you bringing this bill. I'm just curious about the CME requirements. You're saying that anyone who is a licensed, like a physician or a PA working in an emergency room has to do CME on this subject?
Has to have training on this subject, yes.
So is that continuing medical education or is that an initial training? I guess the question I'm trying to get at is, obviously, we put a lot of requirements on folks to get
Absolutely.
ongoing education, and the stack of required courses just grows exponentially year by year. So I'm just wondering, is this something that they would do when they onboard at whatever facility, or is this something you anticipate they have to do every year or every couple of years?
My assumption is that this would be onboarding, but we have some resource witnesses here that could probably more specifically address that. But if we don't have an answer to that, I will get you an answer.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate
Yeah, and I
it.
do appreciate what you're saying. We know we overload.
Yeah, I mean, every
yes.
year is literally now 24 hours of my
Exactly.
life is spent doing compliance. Online
Exactly.
compliance.
In this case, we're talking about training that would facilitate the forensic evidence collection in a way that obviously provides the
Very critical.
necessary collection to ensure that if indeed there is a referral to law enforcement, a report to law enforcement, that they actually have the evidence collected in a manner that's going to be helpful to this victim.
Totally agree.
Yeah, thank you.
Questions, other questions, members? Ready, we'll reserve your right to close. Representative Howard?
Thank you.
Chair calls Jenny Black. I show your name is Jenny Black and that you're testifying on behalf of the Safe Alliance and yourself, and you are supportive of the bill. Is that correct?
It is.
Thank you. Please begin.
Of course. Thank you all very much. So my name is Jenny Black. I'm the Director of Forensic Nursing at the Safe Alliance in Austin. I've been a sexual assault nurse since 2007 and have worked with and overseen the medical care and evidence collection for somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 victims of sexual assault in Central Texas. I've been a member of the Office of the Governor's Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force since its inception a few years back, and I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 2651. Most victims of sexual assault in Texas go to an emergency department to seek medical care and evidence collection. They don't always get either one of those. It's not uncommon for staff to turn victims away, saying that they don't do evidence collection at that facility, when in fact state law mandated that every emergency department be able to collect evidence for sexual assault survivors a decade ago. Not everybody knows this, and that's one of the reasons why we're really excited about the possibility of adding a little bit of continuing education. And in my thinking, it would be in an onboarding when people go to work at emergency departments, but I'm not the person who gets to make the decisions about that. You know, we hear about this situation when patients come into our service being turned away at emergency departments that don't understand their legal obligations or the resources that are available in the community. But we don't know how many times victims just go home and an opportunity to prosecute a rapist is lost. So we've come a very long way in the last 10 years in building up the professional response to sexual assault in Texas, and there's always room for improvement. A lot of recent advances have come out of the work of the Governor's Task Force, including this bill. So House Bill 2651 mandates basic training, not just for emergency department doctors and nurses, but for any staff who interact with sexual assault victims. We know from research in our field that the first point of contact a victim has in the professional response system can make or break their resolve to move forward in the criminal justice system or to seek supportive care so that this traumatic event doesn't derail their lives. This bill helps us get there by outlining educational requirements that include survivor-centered, trauma-informed care, which is not just good for sexual assault survivors, it's good for anybody that's coming into the emergency department seeking care for anything they might be having. It also outlines requirements for education about victims' rights and evidence collection availability, and for licensed staff, how to collect evidence and maintain a chain of custody in accord with the Texas Evidence Collection Protocol. This education will make it easier for sexual assault victims to get the medical and mental health care that they need. It'll make it easier for emergency department workers to prevent inadvertent harm and collect evidence that's actually usable in court. It'll also make it easier for police and prosecutors to do their jobs when they're caring for survivors of sexual assault. Thank you. Any questions I might be able to answer?
Question, members? Representative Johnson?
Thank you. I was going to say, in cases where law enforcement or other individuals are having a hard time reaching a complainant, how often do you see that the approach of a sane nurse allows somebody to fully disclose the sexual assault that's happened and get them the ability to seek medical treatment as quickly as possible?
So in our practice in Austin, maybe about a quarter of the patients that we provide care for choose to come to see us before they report to law enforcement and select evidence collection. That buys them a little bit of time to consider whether or not they might want to move forward in the legal system. It's 5 years, actually. So it's a reasonable number of people who come into medical care before they reach out to law enforcement.
And in that circumstance, when they come to you to get medical care, proper collection of that evidence can make or break the case if somebody decides later that they do want to pursue and reach out to law enforcement.
I'm not sure I would characterize it as make or break, but it is an important piece because juries are often very focused on DNA evidence because of, you know, what we see in the media that really highlights the importance of that part of criminal cases.
Thank you for your work. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Representative Alverson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just sort of wanted to explore this with you as I was talking with the bill author. So who promulgates the CME for this? What are there organizations that do this? Are there multiple organizations? How accessible is this?
So in healthcare, there are many nursing organizations that provide continuing education for nurses, and I would assume it's the same for physicians and PAs. Hospitals themselves can create their own continuing education content, have it approved by whatever approving body is appropriate, and then provide those education units to their staff.
So is there a standard, I guess this is what I'm trying to understand, is there a standard organization that would have to put their stamp of approval on a CME, or is this something that a nurse educator just kind of puts together in a slide deck and says, here it is, you're approved, you've met the requirement? I mean, is there a, you see what I'm saying? Is there like a good housekeeping seal of approval process for this?
There is, and any continuing education that you're offering to any healthcare provider, there is an approval process by an official certifying body.
So who does that?
There are a lot of agencies that have been approved to do that.
Okay. Are there any here in Texas or?
We've got the Board of Nursing. We've got other nursing organizations, and I'm sorry I can't speak to continuing medical education because I'm not a physician.
Okay. Okay, but we presume that maybe there's one comparable?
Yes, there are plenty. I've done a lot of creation of continuing education content for nurses, and we certify through my professional organization, so that's one possibility too.
Okay, okay, all right, and, all right, thank you.
Representative Jones?
So I've got a question. So with CME, like for us, like with CLE, when we've got to get our requirements for the year, we can go and look at CLE and we get to pick it, right? And so I guess I'm trying to figure out with like nurses, because you're a nurse, do you get to pick what CME you take, or is there some special CME that all nurses have to take?
Oh, that's a great question. So for your nursing license, there's pretty much an open book of whatever you are interested in taking for continuing education. But for nurses who certify in special fields like sexual assault nursing, those certifying organizations require a certain number of hours that are related to that particular field. So it's both, depending on the role of the person.
Because I was just thinking, if your CME and physicians CME, and if PA's got to do CME, since there's a whole menu of what you want to study. Because like I could go to DWI CLE or cross-examination CLE. So I could just pick depending on what I wanted to do. I was just trying to figure out, maybe I should ask my colleague later when she comes up, like, how do you make sure somebody picks it? How do you make sure somebody picks that?
Right. So for professional certifications outside of licensure, it's required by that certification body. And I'm not sure how this will unfold and how the rules will be written, but it may be something that's required by the employment agency, like the hospital network requires people who work in certain departments to take certain educational classes so that they know, how the agency responds to sexual harassment or how to deal with infectious exposure and things like that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Other questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2651? Chair recognizes Representative Howard to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the best information I have right now, Dr. Oliverson, to respond to your question in particular, is that the medical board would promulgate the training. The hospital would establish the rules for how often. All that's required in this is 2 hours. It doesn't say 2 hours every year or 2 hours anytime. It says 2 hours. So it would be up to the hospital to determine, and it would just be obviously for ER doctors and ER physician assistants that this would be required of. And Representative Jones, to your point, a lot of medical and continuing education for any profession, obviously there's choices that you can make here. In this case, this is being presented as something that would be required of ER personnel because of the nature of what they have to know if indeed there is a patient that presents with this particular issue. So that, as Representative Johnson was pointing out, that the evidence is collected in such a way that it is usable and all the processes are followed that need to be followed. So that's the best I can answer that right now. I can try to find more information though if y'all want that.
Representative Jones.
So thanks, Rep. Howard. So I understand that. So I understand the problems associated with, actually sometimes in ERs, people actually exacerbating the victimization, right? I understand that in the evidence collection, because criminal defense lawyers have a field day when evidence isn't collected properly. So I'm not talking about that part, right? I'm just trying to figure out if what the 2 hours that they're required to take can be subsumed in like changing the agenda of some CLE, or, right, so it can be subsumed in that, or is it a whole separate one? That's all I was wondering.
Okay, the 2 hours are all that are required here. The medical board would make that determination as to how they wanted to propose that training be provided.
So the bill doesn't micromanage how that's done?
No.
The bill says, hey, you medical board, you figure out how the medical personnel, I guess specifically ER doctors who deal with sexual assaults, know the proper protocol and the best practices. And as long as you come up with it, that's fine. I'm not trying to tell you exactly how to set it up. Is that accurate?
Yes, it's accurate that there's no prescriptive way to do this. Certainly there's information that would be expected to be part of this in terms of evidence collection and following the proper protocol. But there's nothing prescriptive more than that.
All right, thanks.
Other questions, members? All righty.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
If there's no objection, House Bill 2651 will be left pending. The chair hears no objection. House Bill 2651 is left pending without objection. Okay, members, we're going to vote on a few bills while we've got folks here. The chair calls up HB 44 is pending business. The chair offers up a complete committee substitute. Members, this is Representative Swanson's bill relating to provider discrimination based on immunization status. The substitute adds the term solely to ensure that physicians have the necessary leeway to make prudent medical decisions. Is there any objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. Representative Tinderholt moves that HB 44, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Click.
Aye.
Compos. Jaton. Johnson.
No.
Jones of Harris.
No.
Jones of Dallas. Oliverson.
Aye.
Price. Smith. Tinderholt.
There being 7 ayes and 3 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 59 as pending business. Members, this is Representative Goodwin's water safety bill. Are there any questions? Representative Campos moves that HB 59 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed and sent to the local and consent calendar. The clerk will call the roll.
Click.
Aye.
Compos. Jaton. Johnson.
Yes.
Jones of Harris. Jones of Dallas. Oliverson. Price.
Yes.
Smith. Tinderholt.
There being 10 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 663 as pending business. Members, this is Representative Theory's bill relating to the confidentiality and reporting and a work group to establish a data registry. Are there any questions? Representative Johnson moves that HB 663 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Click.
Aye.
Compos. Jaton. Johnson.
Yes.
Jones of Harris. Jones of Dallas. Oliverson. Price.
Yes.
Smith. Tinderholt.
There being 9 ayes and 1 nay, the motion prevails. The chair calls up HB 852 as pending business. The chair offers up a complete committee substitute. Members, this is Representative Theory's Maternal Mortality Review Committee bill. The substitute adds an additional community advocate and a representative from a managed care organization to the review committee. Is there any objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. Representative Vinton Jones moves that HB 852 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed and sent to the local and consent calendar. The clerk will call the roll.
Okay.
Click.
Aye.
Compos. Jaton. Johnson.
Yes.
Jones of Harris.
Yes.
Jones of Dallas. Oliverson. Price. Smith. Tinderholt.
There being 10 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair calls up HB 1771 as pending business. The chair offers a complete committee substitute. Members, this is Representative Price's bill relating to standardizing telehealth consent forms and record keeping. The substitute clarifies specific required documentation and includes audio format where appropriate. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Collier is present. Representative Alverson moves that HB 1771, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed and sent to the local and consent calendar. The clerk will call the roll.
Click.
Aye.
Compos. Collier. Jeton. Johnson. Jones of Harris. Jones of Dallas. Oliverson. Price. Smith. Tinderholt.
There being 11 ayes, 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair calls up HB 1847 as pending business. The chair offers up a complete committee substitute. Members, this is Representative Howard's maternal mortality and morbidity bill. The substitute moves the language from the Occupations Code to the Health and Safety Code. Is there objection to the adoption of the substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. Representative Smith moves that HB 1847, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed and sent to the local and consent calendar. The clerk will call the roll.
Click.
Aye.
Compos. Collier. Jeton. Johnson. Jones of Harris. Jones of Dallas. Oliverson. Price. Smith. Tinderholt.
There being 11 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair calls up HB 1876 as pending business. The chair offers up a complete committee substitute. Members, this is Representative Guillen's Kidney Disease Resource Center bill. The substitute allows the center to provide information on genetic testing relating to APOL1, which is a rare form of kidney disease which is predominantly found in African Americans. Is there objection to the adoption of the substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. Representative Vinton Jones moves that HB 1876, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Click.
Aye.
Compos. Collier. Jeton. Johnson. Jones of Harris. Jones of Dallas. Oliverson. Price. Smith. Tinderholt.
There being 11 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair calls up HB 2059 as pending business. The chair offers a complete committee substitute. Members, this is Representative Price's Mental Health First Aid Training Bill. The substitute clarifies persons eligible to participate in mental health first aid. Is there objection to the adoption of the substitute? The chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. Representative Johnson moves that HB 2059, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed and sent to the local and consent calendar. The clerk will call the roll.
Click.
Aye.
Compos. Collier. Jeton. Johnson. Jones of Harris. Jones of Dallas. Oliverson. Price. Smith. Tinderholt.
Okay, there being
You haven't announced it yet, so it's fine. Tinderholt.
There being 11 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. House Bill 2088 by Busey, the chair calls up HB 2088 as pending business. The chair offers up a complete committee substitute. Members, this is Representative Busey's Pharmacy Regulation Cleanup Bill. The substitute adds clarifying language. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. Representative Jeton moves that HB 2088 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Click.
Aye.
Compost. Collier. Jeton. Johnson. Jones of Harris. Jones of Dallas. Oliverson. Price.
Yes.
Smith. Tinderholt.
There being 11 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair calls up HB 2478 as pending business. Members, this is my newborn screening bill. Are there any questions? Representative Price moves that HB 2478 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Click.
Aye.
Compost. Collier. Jeton. Johnson. Jones of Harris. Jones of Dallas. Oliverson. Price. Smith. Tinderholt.
There being 11 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair calls up HB 2544 as pending business. The chair offers up a complete committee substitute. Members, this is Vice Chair Campos' PA Licensure Compact Bill. The substitute corrects a grammatical drafting error. Is there any objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none and the substitute is adopted. Representative Alverson moves that HB 2544 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Click.
Aye.
Compost. Collier. Jeton. Johnson. Jones of Harris. Jones of Dallas. Oliverson. Price. Smith. Tinderholt.
There being 11 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair calls up HB 2727 as pending business. The chair offers up a complete committee substitute. Members, this is Representative Price's home telemonitoring service bill. The substitute adds persons with end-stage renal disease and any other condition the agency determines to be clinically effective and adds clarifying language. Is there objection to the adoption of the substitute? The chair hears none and the substitute is adopted. Representative Vinton Jones moves that HB 2727 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Click.
Aye.
Compost. Collier. Jeton. Johnson. Jones of Harris. Jones of Dallas. Oliverson. Price. Smith. Tinderholt.
There being 11 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. Okay, that is all the bills we're voting on, and the chair lays out HB 4176 and recognizes Representative Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chair Click and committee for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 4176. This bill seeks to provide the Board of Nursing with greater support in its response to fraudulent nursing licenses uncovered during Operation Nightingale. Before I get started, I want to let y'all know that this bill is very much a work in progress. I'm working with the stakeholders to ensure that this bill strikes the right balance between keeping the public safe and respecting individual rights to due process. On January 25th, 2023, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office of Inspector General and law enforcement partners launched a multi-state coordinated law enforcement action to apprehend individuals engaged in a scheme to sell false and fraudulent nursing degree diplomas and transcripts. The enforcement action resulted in the execution of search warrants in Delaware, New York, New Jersey, Texas, and Florida, and 25 individuals being charged for their involvement in the fraud scheme. This operation, as I mentioned, referred to as Operation Nightingale, has resulted in the discovery of thousands of fraudulent nursing licenses nationwide. Texas now faces the challenge of ensuring that these fraudulent licenses are uncovered as quickly as possible to ensure these individuals are not allowed to continue providing care to the public, care for which they are not properly trained and which could jeopardize the health and safety of Texans. At the same time that we work to remove these bad actors, Texas must ensure that the rights of individuals are protected. Every individual is obviously innocent until proven guilty and deserves reasonable due process. Therefore, immediate cancellation of an innocent individual's license is not an option. HB 4176 seeks to strike this balance to protect the public and ensure the rights of individuals. As written, the bill would allow the Board of Nursing to immediately annul a license upon credible evidence of fraud and would provide a timeline for the individual to challenge the findings with the State Office of Administrative Hearings. If a license is annulled, the individual would have to wait 1 year before they can reapply in accordance with statutory requirements. I'm working on a committee substitute that would not immediately annul a license, but rather would allow the Board of Nursing to suspend a license upon demonstration of probable cause that a license, diploma, or license renewal was fraudulently obtained. The Board of Nursing would have to provide notice to the individual and would provide a timeline for the individual to request a hearing. If it's proven that the individual's license was wrongfully suspended, the individual's license would be immediately reinstated. As I mentioned before, this bill is very much a work in progress. Unfortunately, the news of Operation Nightingale did not come out until after session had begun. And now we're trying to build the proverbial plane while we're flying. I'm happy to discuss ideas on how to make this bill better. I believe that we can collectively work toward a united goal to keep the public safe and to protect individual rights. I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Questions, members? Representative Alverson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you bringing this bill, Representative. This is obviously a very serious issue, and I guess I'm trying to understand. I remember reading about this, and my understanding is that the issue centered around the fact that there were, I guess, sort of fake training programs, and people were getting certificates that they had completed a training program leading to an RN or another nursing degree, when in fact they hadn't done any of the coursework for that. Is there not some overarching sort of higher education board, you know, like the AAMC, for example, which is the American Association of Medical Colleges, sort of regulates that medical college career? I mean, you can't just sort of create a medical school, right? And
Right.
so you kind of have to go through a certification process, and you have to be approved, and those, you know, there's a check and a balance thing. Does that not exist in nursing?
Well, actually, all of this takes place in nursing schools in Florida. And I think let's see, there was 3 South Florida-based nursing schools, and they have all been closed. So I'm not sure who it was that actually closed them, but all of them have been closed. So there obviously was some kind of an overseeing of that and shut them down.
But you get where I'm
Yeah.
just trying to understand, is there not some national organization
Yes.
for nursing schools that ensures the integrity of content and establishes
Yes.
uniform standards for training?
Yes. So how this,
So how-
I'm not
how did-
sure how Florida worked and how that came about happening in the first place. Apparently, students paid an average of $15,000 for these bogus diplomas. And so that, I mean, this was all in Florida. Unfortunately, these folks came to Texas as well as to other states. And so now we're having to look at it after the fact.
And I'm assuming that anyone that paid $15,000 for a fake diploma knew they were getting a fake diploma.
I would
right?
assume so.
So, I mean, I know obviously due process is an important part of
Yes.
the legal process of this, but the reality is this is pretty cut and dry. You either went to
Yes.
nursing school or you paid $15,000 for a fake degree, in which case your license is getting revoked.
Yes,
I'm
I
assuming, right?
agree with you. I do understand, though, that there is due process in our legal system, and that is something that is of concern to the stakeholders involved here, that we get this right, including with the governor's office. And there are folks here from the Board of Nursing who can probably more specifically address the questions that you have.
Okay, I appreciate it. That just seems to me like if you're that kind of a deceiver, you know, you deceive the public like that, you should probably be permanently removed from the healthcare professions. I mean, you obviously have failed the, you know, initial requirement in my mind of entering into healthcare, which is putting the needs of others ahead of yourself.
Right.
And so I think they should be permanently removed. I don't understand the 1 year they can try again. I mean, I think they got a fraudulent license. That should be a ban.
Thank you.
That's just.
Yeah. Well, again, the Board of Nursing would probably be the most appropriate body to talk with this about. And they're here if you would like to.
Any other questions? No more? Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Reserve the right to close.
You're welcome. The chair calls Dusty Johnston. Thank you, sir, for being here. I show that you're registered as Dusty Johnston on behalf of General Counsel, Texas Board of Nursing, and you're neutral on the bill, is that correct?
That's right.
Thank you, sir. You may begin.
Sure. My name is Dusty Johnston. I'm General Counsel for the Texas Board of Nursing. I think Representative Howard laid that out perfectly, what the danger is, what the growing menace is that's happening. I would add that from information we've received, it's not over. There are schools still selling diplomas, still mainly in Florida. So as this grows, we see the need for or hope to sort of be able to address this and efficiently. And I'll be glad to answer any questions. I think Representative Howard laid out
Representative
danger is and
Oliverson?
what we're trying to do here.
Dusty, thanks for being here today. Appreciate you and all the work that you do with the nursing board. How does this happen? I mean, I think that to me, this is just sort of how do you get, this is not like, you know, cutting out something on the back of the Wheaties box and sending it into the Orphan Annie fan club. I mean, we're talking about a professional certification. How do you create a fake nursing degree? And how does a nursing board not have a list of every accredited nursing school and say, well, that one's not on our list, and so we're not going to license you?
Right. I think that this is unprecedented. This doesn't really happen. What happens is, as I understand it, every state, state of Texas, state of Florida, approves their nursing schools there. And they have to be approved by their state licensing entity in order to have a school. These were real schools, initially created and approved by the state. What happened, I believe, is they become marginal, or they were created as a sham, or they were began to they're private entities, private nursing schools.
So they were a legitimate nursing school at one point that had gone through an
Approved at
accreditation?
one
They were
point.
approved, so
They
they
might-
actually, there were students going to campus there and
They
doing
may-
their
some-
curriculum.
I think we feel that some of them may not have been created and approved with the intention of being legitimate, but some of them were, yes, and had graduated students. But they were marginal at some point. And then whatever the intentions of the individuals is, while you're approved, you can begin to, in order to be a nurse, you have to, you're right. There's two things. You have to have completed an approved nursing program, and then you have to pass the licensure examination. I think what we've seen is it looks like these were marketed to more of a immigrant population who may have had some nursing skills taught somewhere.
Oh, I see.
But you have to have the professional nurse, well, in order to be LVN, you have to LVN education, you have to pass the LVN licensure exam. In order to be an RN, you have to finish a professional nursing program and then take the RN exam. The element of demonstrating that you passed a professional program, that element is sort of, is the fraudulent element.
So it's not that they
owners,
were
directors of the
totally,
school-
we're not talking about high school kids that get an advertisement and then they get a fake nursing degree. We're talking about somebody who may have had some form of nursing experience or training, but not to the level of an RN, who's then getting a fraudulent RN degree? Is that what we're talking about?
Okay, there's the 7,000 or so that we believe were sold or to individuals, according to the federal authorities. There's several of those 7,600 or so that we know about now. A couple of thousand of those actually passed the RN examination or LVN examination, passed the licensure examination.
Just didn't do the
Just
coursework.
did not do any coursework. So there's some reason that they knew how to do a test, but not, do the program. These owners can verify to the state agency or to the testing that these people graduated. That's where that all comes in. They pay, and the people who are within the control of what is presumed at that time to be a legitimate state-approved nursing program sells those sells those credentials in order for that person to get a right to test.
That just blows me away that you got 7,000, but of that 7,000, you have 2,000 that could pass a licensing exam even though they hadn't done the coursework.
That's right.
Okay.
But it doesn't, just because you can pass the test doesn't mean that you have the skills to be competent as a nurse.
You may have the knowledge, but not the practical experience, is what you're saying.
And it's universally accepted that if you don't have that hands-on clinical experiences and education, that you're a danger.
So, okay, and then the last question is with respect to the due process part of this that we're talking about, which is obviously important. From your perspective, you're the general counsel of the nursing board. So I anticipate that you guys are planning on taking some disciplinary actions, some revocations, suspensions of licensure. So can you kind of walk us through, like, what are your concerns specifically with regards to, due process? And then, because I'm thinking, like, once you know that it's fraudulent, I mean, that's pretty cut and dry, right?
Yeah, the idea is that a person who obtains, I think we start at the beginning that if you don't have any education and you get licenses, and if you don't have any education, if you haven't completed an educational program and done clinical, and you get a license, you're an imminent danger to the public. The idea that a person who has a license who did not meet one of the fundamental requirements of getting it, and in essence violated, the law getting the license,
Should be out.
should that person who holds that license be treated any differently when they're a danger than those who have, gotten their license legitimately? And we think you have to strike a balance. If you can demonstrate with credible evidence or probable cause, that's kind of how we've been working on it initially, that this person obtained their license through fraud, then they should be immediately suspended. And then due process can be done after that. There are other statutes where when there's an imminent threat to public health and safety, a summary suspension can take place. And then after that, the evaluation of whether that was correct or not follows. So this is the kind of pattern of due process that we're trying to work through.
Are they going to argue, well, you know, I completed the training program at this accredited nursing school. No, they never made me do any of my clinicals, but they said I completed their requirements, so hence I'm eligible for licensure because they say I completed my requirements, I passed my exam, so hence you can't take away my license. Is that kind of where you think this? I guess my concern is just that I feel like, especially in health and safety, we establish criteria, clear criteria for what is necessary in order to be licensed, in order to be a healthcare provider, whatever level you're at, right?
Right.
And so we basically have said, as a matter of occupational licensing, that we think this occupation is so important that we have a floor.
That's right.
And you can't be in the club unless you've met the floor. And that's basically a fundamental assertion of occupational licensing. I guess I wonder whether or not at some point this kind of screws that up, depending on how it's handled.
I'm not sure I understand how.
What I'm saying is that if you have sort of a hard floor of what's required in order to obtain a license, and then you're saying, well, you didn't meet that requirement technically, but, you know, the school did lie on your behalf. So, I mean, it's not like you're a bad person, you passed your exam, never mind the fact that you never did what you were supposed to do.
No, that's right.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
Somehow,
I
if
just
they
feel like
take
you
the
either
license away,
enforce
they're
this.
forgiven for what they've theoretically intentionally done. I mean, we're taking their license away, but we're
Okay.
not saying, plus you did it, you know, by fraud. I guess what I'm saying is, we would revoke their license. It follows your thought that they're gonna be that bad at it, then they shouldn't come back.
Well, even if they pass the exam, they failed to meet the requirements that you, as the nursing board, set out that they had to have in order to be licensed. So they were never qualified to hold a nursing license,
Right.
period.
That's right.
Right?
That's right. That is correct.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry. I am asking a lot of questions,
That
but
is
this
correct.
really kind of concerns me because I feel like if this could happen in one profession, could it happen across the board?
It's happened here.
I mean, could
So-
somebody basically lie about their law license? Could somebody lie about being an architect? Could somebody falsify their documents as far as being a physician or a dentist or a nurse practitioner or a PA or?
Well, there's
or a veterinarian.
laws on the books that, you know, say if you do that, so it presumes that, you know, if you have criminal intent or fraudulent intent, you try to get away with whatever you can, I guess.
Will any of these people be subject to criminal charges, do you think?
I think they should be, but, you know, the federal authorities are sort of handling this sort of nationwide conspiracy that's sort of been shared between the players that sort of own these and run these schools, and that's what they're concentrating on now.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Dusty. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Representative Smith?
Yes, sir.
To kind of follow up on what Dr. Oliverson was saying a moment ago about the floor, I mean, in law, to me, this kind of sounds like the difference between, in the concept of let's just say like a check, a negotiable instrument of some sort, where you have void or voidable, right? Is it immediately void, or is it voidable, at which point you have to go through the process? And I think that's what Dr. Oliverson's trying to point out. To me, it sounds like that these things are just immediately void, and so the probable cause finding almost seems like it's unnecessary, although I do understand that, you know, you kind of have a little bit of a belt and suspenders kind of thing you're trying to do here to make sure you don't run into unnecessary problems. But if I come up to you with a certificate that's a sealed public document that provides that I have these credentials, and it is absolutely void because it was never issued correctly, I see the point. I don't know why we would have to go through this process, but, at any rate, let me ask you another question. We don't have any, as far as we know, we don't have any of these schools in Texas?
Not that, as far as we know.
All right.
I hadn't heard of any, but I wanted to sort of look it
And,
up. Look at
as
directly,
far
make
as-
sure that that was.
Yeah. And as far as we know, all the schools at this point are the three in Florida? Is that right?
Yes, the schools that we know that are in Florida. I think the type of information we have is from major players who have pled out with the federal authorities and have submitted thousands of names that they've identified by name and social security number of people they sold credentials to. And we're looking at those, comparing them to those that are licensed in Texas. We're going pulling those records to see, and moving forward to try to take care of these as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
And the bill analysis shows that we may have, as of March 22nd, some 115 nurses identified in Texas.
I think those are the ones that we've actually put in some charging documents, formal charges that sort of, our probable cause already exists. These people have, got their licenses on fraudulent credentials. It's growing. That list is growing every day. I'd have to look. You could look on our website and see how many are listed on our formal charge page today. It's more than that. We anticipate several hundred and maybe more.
And so as folks cooperate in the federal side of this, the more the names will become revealed.
It's my understanding there's more schools. There's more deans and directors involved in selling that aren't identified to date through the information we have with Florence, Operation Florence Nightingale now.
Wow, wow. So what are we doing right now? Like if we determine that we have a nurse who absolutely has a void license, okay? What are we doing today to get that person out of the?
It is a real license. It is based on fraudulent credentials. Okay, we issued the license.
All right.
We're subject to as an agency who has to take care of that, we are investigating, giving notice to that person of what they did, and seeking, in these cases, to revoke the license. The idea is, because this is so unprecedented, okay, that you have a scheme heretofore never really imagined that creates a market that's just being, New York has over 1,000 licensees through these Florida schools. Then we are looking at tools that make sense with our law and with due process and with a balance of interest. We know that the people that, if you didn't go to school and you didn't have clinical, you're dangerous. You can't really practice. I think that these individuals are probably involved, not in facilities where there's a lot of supervision or anything like that. They're probably in the most vulnerable places, like home health, where people don't know that you don't know how to start an IV correctly or anything like that. So we think that we can treat that just with what you're saying, Rosa. It's different. It's different to have obtained a license by fraud and then the whole one when you didn't. And we're looking at this very tailored area and sort of seeking to balance interests, work with the stakeholders, work with Representative Howard's office, and make for an efficient way of us, which means we will suspend the license on probable cause. This is sort of the language we're working on. Force that individual to say, I want a hearing on this. And the burden will be on them to establish their legitimate education, because they're the ones in the best position to know about it, to prove it, to show where they went to school, the clinical. And failing that, then they're out. They're taken out of practice.
So what's your vision on how quickly a probable cause suspension can take place?
Well, through the negotiated language we're working with it would be, they'd have to ask for it within 20 business days. It would have to occur within 90. We're talking maybe several. If a curve of information, we get more and more, that's like several hundred within the next 6 months, you know. That's why I think SOA has provided some information to y'all about how, you know, these hearings would.
So if you get a probable cause affidavit, and I'm just gonna say it's an affidavit,
Yes, sir?
but if you get a probable cause affidavit, I don't know, let's say you get it from, the federal government provides you one of these, okay?
That's right.
It's gonna take 20 business days?
No, it doesn't, no, not to suspend.
That's what I'm trying to
Not to
figure out, is
suspend.
how quickly can we suspend, once you get that
Quickly.
information?
Quickly.
Like, and how,
Well, as long as it takes to develop the 100 charging documents and the notices that have to go out to the individual, and the time it takes to schedule probably a summary suspension hearing for the board members to issue the order.
all right, thank you,
As quick as we can.
okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Ms. Jones?
Is there any chance that the people who got the credentials that were part of the granting of the license here, is there any chance like they literally thought they were like taking legitimate classes? Or was it just like a sham? I can call this number, contact these people, and they give me a credential saying that I fulfilled whatever requirements. So
I haven't spoken to many people individually. Obviously, a huge amount is the latter of what you're saying. They knew what they were marketed to. They were friends of friends. We do know this from, you know, kind of the discussions we're having about those who investigated. This so-called, you know, victim of, we have not seen yet. I mean, I think a lot of the people that were involved say, oh, I was duped. You know, I thought this was a real nursing school. I went to the strip center and, you know, they told me that this was, these sort of review courses was real nursing. I mean, that's the kind of person that we think would say, I thought I was going to a real school.
that's what I was wondering. I mean, if it was, I contact a number or enter,
There was a lot
if I contact them and if I pay the money, then I get the credentials so that I can get licensed. That's one thing. I was just worried if you had seen where they actually offered some classes and people took
Review
those
classes,
classes and they thought that they had a legitimate education
I
and had
can't
a
really
legitimate.
say that, no, but I wouldn't say yes to that at all. I don't think so. I will say that whenever we, just sort of an anecdote, you know, staff and I are working on certain things, we'll see some sort of, something popped up on our Facebook page on, you know, selling a diploma. And so we got, you know, work phone out, hey, I'm interested. And boy, we started getting some,
Okay,
we started thinking, oh, well, you know, how do we do a sting operation here, whatever.
so that was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir, for your testimony. The chair calls Jack Frazee from the Texas Nurses Association.
Good morning, members.
Just
My
to
name's-
confirm, you're Jack Frazee with the Texas Nurses Association. You're neutral on the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
So I appreciate you all taking time to hear this bill. I want to thank Representative Howard for her work on this bill and also giving us the opportunity to provide input. I also want to thank the Board of Nursing. They've been doing a lot of great work on this novel legal issue. So none of this is to disparage the work that they've done. When I was asked to review the bill by Representative Howard's office, I had a couple of things come to mind just from constitutional due process concerns, and so I wanted to make sure that they had information that would allow them to craft the bill in a way so that it wouldn't actually be frustrated in court. Because the Nurses Association and nurses in general have a shared interest in making sure that we don't have nurses out there practicing with fraudulent degrees. So the objectives of the bill are shared objectives. And my concern reading the bill was that if I was representing somebody who was charged under the as-filed version, I would make two challenges. I would say it doesn't meet procedural due process requirements under the Constitution, and it violates the Administrative Procedures Act of Texas. So I just want to give you all kind of the background of why I said that and how I think we're going to be correcting it. In the 60s, there were a line of cases that the Supreme Court heard around procedural due process. One of the first kind of landmark cases was Goldberg versus Kelly. And in that case, they were looking at revoking people's welfare benefits without notice or hearing before doing that. And that was found unconstitutional in that case because of the significance of those rights. These people were destitute. So if you just suddenly take away their benefits, that's a serious deprivation of their property rights. So that's what gets them procedural due process for that hearing. There was a case that followed that called Matthews versus Eldridge that was looking at revocation of disability benefits. And in that case, they took a slightly different tact, saying that removing somebody's disability benefits would not be as harmful to their property interests because these people were not necessarily destitute. There was no means testing as part of that benefit. And it also had some objective fact-finding from medical professionals who could look at whether or not you actually had a disability, and they would make recommendations for that benefit determination. So what the Supreme Court did was they put together a three-part test in that case that we use all the time. There's a long line of cases that follow from this. And the three prongs of the test are to look at the interests of the private individual and their property rights, then to look at what the government interest is in actually trying to be efficient and limit some of these procedural hurdles. And then the third consideration is just what's the risk of erroneously taking away somebody's property interests, and what kind of added benefit would we get from additional procedures. So that's what courts look at. If they end up finding out that, hey, the government really doesn't have that much advantage here to doing a post-termination hearing, then it can be found unconstitutional. So that's just the first kind of framework that we look at from a procedural context and as the Constitution's concerned. And then the Texas Administrative Procedures Act actually mirrors that. So this has already been contemplated and built into the Administrative Procedures Act. And if you look in the government code at section 2001.054C, that explains what you're typically going to get if there's any kind of action taken against your license. Usually you get notice of the hearing with an explanation of what the allegations are and the evidence that supports that. And then you get an opportunity to be heard before your license is acted upon. There's an exception to that. It's in section 2001.054C1. And this is a procedure that allows for summary suspension. So you summarily suspend the license, then you give them notice when you do that of why that's happening, and then they get an opportunity to request a hearing after the suspension has taken place. For this to be used, you have to be able to show that there's imminent threat to the public. So I think that is satisfied here, and it's completely appropriate to use this procedure, but the original as-filed version did not actually conform with that part of the law. So we've been providing input about how you comply with that part of the Administrative Procedures Act, and then, as long as we follow that, it should pass constitutional muster. It should pass any kind of review of the Administrative Procedures Act, so the Board of Nursing can do what they need to do to keep the public safe, and we don't open ourselves up to constitutional challenges.
Thank you. Representative Smith?
Would that require a probable cause showing?
So it's the way that it's worded in the Administrative Procedures Act doesn't use that word or it doesn't use probable cause. It's just you have to be able to show imminent threat to the public. So I think part of the idea behind using probable cause here is that a lot of these things are attached to criminal investigations. They will already have probable cause evidence of a lot of these things, and having probable cause evidence as the justification for that summary suspension will also help guard the statute from any kind of challenges from a constitutional standpoint or under the Administrative Procedures Act.
But it doesn't sound to me like that's going to require an evidentiary hearing for summarily suspending a license.
No, so what it allows is that you go ahead and suspend it. You issue notice of the fact that you've done that, along with an explanation of you can request a hearing within the next 20 business days. If they request a hearing, they get the hearing, they get to try and rebut the evidence. So that may just be documentary evidence. Suppose they show up and they say, no, here's all the proof that I actually did all the coursework. and did the clinicals and everything, and for whatever reason, the government's just wrong, which happens sometimes. So
During that 20-day period, is the license suspended?
it is. It's immediately suspended, and then you get the chance to try and remedy that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Members, any other questions? Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
The chair calls Catherine Thomas.
Good morning, Chair
Thank you for
members.
being here, ma'am. Just to confirm, you're Catherine Thomas with the Board of Nursing, and you're neutral on the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
The only thing I will add to the testimony that's already been given to you this morning is that since this came to light, the Board of Nursing has been putting individual applicants from Florida programs for associate degree and vocational nursing through an external deep dive into their nursing education. Where we are determining whether these programs are substantially equivalent to Texas-based programs. And in doing so, we've issued around 60 denials at this point because they lack substantial equivalency. So we'll be evaluating how we have to deal with these cases going forward, applicants from other states.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
That's it. The chair calls Representative Howard to close.
Thank you, members. I hopefully that answers some of the questions here that we want to ensure that this bill can actually pass. And we need to ensure that we are covering all the bases that won't subject this to any kind of roadblocks. And so complying with the Administrative Procedures Act, as you just heard, to ensure we can pass constitutional muster is really important so that these actions can be taken and the public can be protected. So immediate suspension does occur, but this process then allows for the application, the hearing request. And in fact, I noticed when I was looking at notes here that in New York, they're processing over 900 cases, and of that number, about 25% have automatically surrendered their licenses. So just even going through that process, sometimes we'll weed out some of these folks too. So hopefully you got your questions answered. If you have any more, I'm happy to try to answer them, and otherwise I will close.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no objection, House Bill 4176 will be left pending. No objection. The chair hears no objection. House Bill 4176 is left pending without objection.
The chair lays out HB 3041 and recognizes Representative Thompson to explain the bill.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson and members. This bill seeks to do two things. Number one, anyone who wants to donate their organs and is unable to sign for themselves is required for that person who will be signing for them to do so before two witnesses, not a notary, but two witnesses. Presently, when a person wants to donate an organ, anatomical organ, they sign either before two witnesses or a notary. If someone, this bill says if someone is going to be signing on your behalf, then we don't need the notary, we want two witnesses, that is your desire for them to sign. Secondly, when we moved a section of this bill over to this rightful place, we moved a section that we shouldn't have moved, and we left off a section. So we're repealing a section of the donors, and the part that was left off was section D of that bill, and we're putting that section B in its rightful place in the statute. So basically, that's what this bill does. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I think I have a witness, and I would like to reserve the right to close.
Thank you. Questions, members?
Thank you.
Right. Chair calls John Seago. John Seago. John Seago. I show you registered as John Seago with Texas Right to Life and yourself, and you're against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please begin.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members. My name is Dr. John Seago. I serve as the president of Texas Right to Life. Texas Right to Life is a pro-life organization. A huge part of what we do is patient advocacy. We have a team of patient advocates that help vulnerable patients across the state dealing with conflicts in the ICU, but also important medical decisions like the decision to become an organ donor. So we are not against organ donation. There's no debate that it can be a life-saving and positive social good. However, there are several ethical concerns that we're encouraging the committee to reconsider when looking at this type of legislation. You have to balance recruiting more organ donors without neglecting the most central principles of medical ethics. And we're afraid that this bill does not do that when it comes to respect for autonomy and acquiring full informed consent. This bill, our concern is the section of the bill that deals with the website and moving some of the language over that deals with authorizing an organ donation through the internet rather than through an in-person conversation with a medical professional. And so this is kind of our concern, is that the language that is being brought over that waives the requirement of witnesses and the oversight of a notary public, we're afraid that that will have adverse actions and that your organ donors will be less informed and not fully understand the weight of the decision that they're making. Decision to be an organ donor is extremely consequential. We've seen firsthand in the ICUs that medical professionals see an organ donation status on a patient, and they assume that that means that a patient does not want to stay on life-sustaining treatment or try aggressive treatments to cure them or to maintain their life. And so while this is not technically what someone is doing whenever they decide to be an organ donor, that is practically the effect. And a regular citizen, a regular Texan wouldn't know the consequence of being an organ donor. And so doing it over the internet, doing it on the website is very troubling because there's really no way to live up to those kind of standards for being fully informed. Having an individual someone can ask questions of, having a medical professional there to assess whether the individual making the decision truly knows the weight of what they're doing. And so that's our concern in that section, is that not dealing with the authorization, a third-party authorization through the notary, but more the website language and bringing that language over. That's the piece of our concern. I'll yield for questions.
Questions, members?
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Lauren Hunt. Good morning. I show you registered as Lauren Hunt, and you are representing the Texas Real Estate and Probate Institute and yourself, and you're for the bill.
That's correct.
Please begin.
Thank you, Chair Click and members of the committee. My name is Lauren Hunt. I'm a trust and estate litigation attorney, and I'm chair of the trust and estate litigation portion of the Texas Real Estate and Probate Institute, which used to be part of the Real Estate, Probate, and Trust Law section of the State Bar when they used to be able to do legislation, but they can't anymore. I'm speaking in favor of this bill. We appreciate Representative Thompson for bringing this bill. So I want to clear up some things from the last witness's testimony. This bill, the primary purpose of this bill is to allow people who are disabled, who can't sign the document for themselves, to either use a notary or two witnesses to be able to make the execution of this document valid. Any other person who is signing an anatomical gift or a revocation of an anatomical gift themselves can use two witnesses or a notary, and we just want people who are disabled, they may be paralyzed, may not have arms, someone else is signing for them, either two witnesses or a notary could sign for them. The rest of the bill is simply moving sections of the statute to a new section. So back in 2009, there was a repeal of Section 692 and the creation of a 692 Big A. And when they did that at that time, all of Section 692 should have gone away, but somebody amended Section 692 at the same time and created 692 little d. And so there currently is a 692 little d out there. That's all there is that one little section. And then there's 692A that has a whole bunch of stuff in it. So we're just trying to move the remaining stuff in the 692 little d over to 692A. So the part about websites and all of that has been in the statute since 2009, is my understanding. That is not new language. And it is just a cleaning up of the bills. I'm open for any questions.
Questions, members? So from your perspective, it's kind of cleaning up maybe a drafting error?
It's cleaning up a drafting error, absolutely. We don't want Chapter 692 sub D with just that little piece in there.
Okay. Other questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against HB 3041? The chair recognizes Representative Thompson to close.
Madam Chairperson and members, thank you.
If there's no objection, HB 3041 will be left pending. The chair hears no objection. HB 3041 is left pending without objection. The chair lays out HB 3808 and recognizes Representative Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chair, members. I know y'all got a really heavy schedule, so I'm just going to get to it. House Bill 3808 proposes amendments to the Pediatric Acute Onset Neuropsychiatric Syndrome. Also, it's known as PANDAS, which is an advisory council committee that we established in the 87th legislative session. Just for your information, PANDAS is an acute medical condition where a child suddenly develops obsessive compulsive symptoms or severe eating disorders along with at least 2 other cognitive, behavioral, or neurological symptoms. Essentially, the purpose of the advisory council is to advise Health and Human Services Commission, the legislature, with recommendations on research, diagnosis, treatments, education related, and so forth. Here's the bottom line. Out of the 19 committee members, it's hard to fill all those positions. So, and essentially, we realize a selection of the chair and vice chair should be changed. So essentially transitions to some general terms like licensed medical providers and social workers. And with that, I believe we have 1 witness as a resource, as well as reserve the right to close.
Questions, members? Ready, thank you. Chair calls Kara Chastain.
Thank you, Chairman, members. Kara Chastain, and I'm here representing myself in favor of HB 3808. As Representative Wilson stated, the purpose is to clean up the way that council functions and allow for better participation from you, the legislators. So I thank you. Any questions?
Questions, members? Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3808? Chair recognizes Representative Wilson to close.
Thank you, Chair, members. With that, close and please consider local consent. Thank you.
If there's no objection, House Bill 3808 will be left pending. The chair hears no objection. House Bill 3808 is left pending without objection. The chair lays out House Bill 1930 and recognizes Representative Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out HB 1930, dealing with dental anesthesia. This would streamline a dentist's ability to access a certified registered nurse anesthetist, a CRNA, for the anesthesia portion of a dental procedure. Every day across Texas, physicians and surgeons and hospitals quickly access and call upon CRNAs to deliver anesthesia. This would treat all medical providers equally when accessing a CRNA. For a dentist to delegate the provision of anesthesia to CRNAs, the dentist must have a permit for the type of anesthesia the CRNA is performing, which creates a barrier when access to a CRNA is needed. I would note specifically for more rural parts of the state, this is vitally important in underserved, underutilized areas of the state where CRNAs are used tremendously. For many years, dentists could rely upon CRNAs to provide their patients with safe anesthesia care with very few barriers to practice because there were not many requirements for dentists seeking anesthesia permits. In 2017, the Texas Board of Medical Examiners adopted strict anesthesia permitting requirements upon their dentists. While this was necessary for them, it was unintendedly limited the CRNA's ability to provide dental anesthesia care. Many dentists have decided not to seek a permit because of these requirements. HB 1930 would remedy this problem by removing the requirements that dentists have a permit when the CRNA provides care. This is because CRNAs receive rigorous anesthesia training, so there's no need for a dentist also to meet those requirements as adopted by the Texas Board of Medical Examiners. This change would immediately improve safety and access, especially for high-risk dental patients who need trained anesthesia professionals to provide care. Allowing CRNAs to provide this anesthesia in the dental office increases patient access and eliminates the delay of treatment. This is not a scope fight. The scope of CRNA is in no way being expanded, and by this bill, CRNAs will not perform any new procedures or work in any new settings as a result of this bill. I would note there is no fiscal note on this bill, and there's not a committee substitute. So with us today, there's several witnesses, I think, to testify in support of the bill. And with that, Madam Chair, I would reserve the right to close and answer any questions of the members.
Questions, members?
Thank you.
Chair calls James Stockman. I show you registered as James Stockman, and you represent the Texas Association of Nurse Anesthetists and yourself. And you're for the bill, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's
Are you
correct.
please
And
begin?
I applaud your pronunciation of anesthetist. Most people have trouble with that.
It helps when you're a nurse.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chairman and members, my name is James Stockman. I am president of the Texas Association of Nurse Anesthetists, and I am testifying today on behalf of Texana in support of 1930. I am a certified registered nurse anesthetist practicing in Texas. I own an anesthesia management company along with my wife, also a CRNA, that manages 6 facilities across Texas. As stated previously, currently MD, DO physicians in Texas may delegate to CRNAs without any specialized anesthesia training of their own. A dentist, on the other hand, must possess an anesthesia permit issued by the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners before delegation is permitted. Currently, CRNAs practice by receiving delegation from an MD or DO physician for the drugs and devices necessary for anesthesia to be administered. MD and DO physicians are able to delegate in a manner that allows them to access the full scope of CRNA training and expertise. Due to dental rules, this privilege is not extended to dentists unless they have a permit that reaches the level of anesthesia they wish to utilize. 1930 will allow the dentist to be able to direct their full attention to the dental health of their patients and not require them to spend time and money learning an additional skill they plan to delegate to another qualified professional. In short, it will allow the dentist the same access to CRNA's full scope afforded to MD and DO physicians. I want to emphasize the scope of CRNA is not being expanded in any way, as was stated previously. CRNAs are not performing any new procedures with this bill. CRNAs, including all CRNA practices, are currently providing anesthesia in both dental offices and in hospitals on children and adults. However, we currently have to receive our delegatory authority from an MD or DO physician. What this bill does is provide the dentist with an even playing field. It allows them the ability, if they so desire, it's not being forced on them, to delegate the drugs and devices for anesthesia to the CRNA. I want to emphasize also that CRNAs are fully trained to handle emergency situations that occur in dental cases. In many facilities, CRNAs are listed in the bylaws as being the one who runs the code or emergency team. Many CRNAs, including myself, provide solo anesthesia along with the surgeon in a high-risk environment and rural areas. We are, For all intents and purposes, the last person standing in these environments, and the rest of the patient care team relies on our expertise to handle these emergency situations. Any speculation to the contrary is simply not true. We are fully trained airway experts, and we act as such in our facilities. I thank you for your time, and I urge you to support 1930, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Question, members? Okay, thank you. The chair calls Penelope Duke. I show you registered as Dr. Penelope Duke with the Texas Society of Anesthesiologists and yourself, and you are against the bill, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank
Good
you.
morning. Chair Click, members of the committee, my name is Dr. Penelope Duke, and I'm here today representing 3,800 members of the Texas Society of Anesthesiologists and myself in respectful opposition to House Bill 1930. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I am a board-certified anesthesiologist who provides perioperative care in an office-based setting for oral and maxillofacial surgery patients in the greater Houston area. State law, established in 1999, requires dentists to obtain a permit from the Texas State Board of Medical Examiners to administer anesthesia in dental offices. There are 4 levels of permits. Level 1 is minimal sedation. Level 2, moderate sedation administered orally. Level 3, moderate sedation by injection. And Level 4, deep sedation or general anesthetic. Currently, a dentist may not delegate the administration of an anesthetic to a CRNA without a permit to perform such an anesthetic themselves, meaning a dentist with a Level 1 permit can only delegate a Level 1 procedure. A dentist with a Level 2 permit can only delegate a Level 2 procedure. HB 1930 eliminates this effective safety requirement. HB 1930 would allow a dentist permitted to administer a Level 1 anesthetic to delegate a Level 4 anesthetic, deep sedation or general anesthesia to a CRNA. Anesthesia and sedation at all depths comes with inherent risk. These risks are magnified in a dental office where emergency resources are profoundly limited and personnel are not equally trained or equipped to manage unconscious anesthetized patients. Quite frankly, many have never even seen that before. Should a complication occur, many advanced team resources for rescue are simply not available. If breathing stops or is severely limited, the practitioner must immediately recognize the complication, diagnose the reason, and respond appropriately within a critically short period of time. Seconds count. Failure to recognize a respiratory arrest is the leading cause of circulatory arrest in the office-based setting, leading to permanent brain damage or even worse, death. I served on the Sunset Review Committee for the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners in 2016. Through that process, the Blue Ribbon Panel on Dental Anesthesia and Sedation Safety was created to review deaths and mishaps in Texas. The panel established that anesthesia-related dental deaths was due to poor emergency intervention and management. Allowing dentists to delegate anesthesia beyond their own level of permitting and skill set will make this problem worse, not better. Rolling back safety precautions now should not be an option. No Texan should ever be at risk of dying from getting a tooth pulled. I urge you to continue to keep Texas patients safe by respectfully opposing House Bill 1930. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, members? Representative Alverson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Duke, it's good to see you. And you brought back some memories there because I know you and I worked together on the dental sunset. I was here in 2017 when that bill came forward. And like you, I've done a fair amount of office-based anesthesia. And I think one of the things that I remember learning about this is that unlike a lot of other settings where anesthesia is being provided, dental anesthesia is almost always provided in an office-based setting far away and not close to additional medical resources. And in fact, if I remember correctly, most of the time the emergency action plan is to call 911 and wait.
That is correct.
Right? And so it's, now your practice, if I recall, you're pretty much 100% of the time doing dental anesthesia in offices, right? And
I would say about this point in time, about 90%. I do have a couple ENT and plastic surgeons that I do some cases
you're
with.
probably one of the most experienced in our state as far as this
Tom, I've done over
particular type of
10,000
anesthesia.
anesthetics in an office-based setting at this point.
Yeah.
With dentists.
Okay, and as I recall, the whole reason that we put all these changes into the anesthesia permitting for dentistry was in response to a whole host of preventable mishaps where there were patient harms and even deaths occurring in dentist offices because of a general lack of training. So it seems to me like this bill sort of potentially circumvents the need for a dentist to have any experience whatsoever in sedation by just basically transferring that on to someone else.
Exactly. When we worked hard on that bill, you may recall the Texas Medical Board has implemented guidelines that show that 2 individuals trained in advanced cardiac pulmonary ACLS, advanced cardiac life support, have to be present in any circumstance. The dentists don't necessarily carry those certificates, and they definitely don't have that training. And then the dental assistants do not have the training in caring for anesthetized patients. And so what I've found over the course of the last 20 years as I've provided these anesthetics is that my general rule is that I will not anesthetize a patient in a manner that I would not want my own family member anesthetized in. And when you push the boundaries of safety to provide an anesthetic in an environment that really is a very scary place from my perspective because of the lack of resources, if we push that level of safety and make it available to everyone, there is no longer a stop sign to that patient care. It's really just opening the floodgates, and we're gonna hope for the best. And in my experience, I prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And I'm in the interest of maintaining patient safety at all costs.
I appreciate you being here and testifying. And I also noticed I got some communication from my office earlier. I don't even think the Dental Association is in support of this bill.
They are not. That is accurate.
I appreciate you being here today. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Questions, members? Alrighty, thank you. Chair calls Dan Hinckley.
It would allow, well, they can already do that, but they have to receive.
I show you registered as Dan Hinckley, and you are representing yourself and you're for the bill, is that correct?
Yes.
Alrighty, thank you. Please proceed.
Madam Chairman and members, my name is Dan Hinckley, and I practice dentistry for children, San Angelo, Texas, and I appreciate the opportunity to voice my support for HB 1930. My patient base is 70% Medicaid and CHIP, which puts me on the front line of the issue we're here to discuss. Thankfully, in San Angelo, the local hospital has given me 3 days a month to bring cases in that cannot or should not be treated in an office setting. This allows approximately 15 to 20 children per month to be treated. Even with this, we fluctuate from 4 to 7 months of backlog cases, many of these with active infections. Unfortunately, there are darker clouds on the horizon. The American Academy of Pediatric Dentistry stated that over the last decade, there's been major decreases in access to operating rooms for pediatric dentists, with sometimes a year wait for treatment. With infections present, this also is a dangerous situation. Each hospital gets to decide if and how many operating room days are allowed for dental rehabilitation, and the trend is down. Treating children in the hospital, my experience, more likely to have a CRNA, I've been out in West Texas, a CRNA and not an MD doing the actual treatment. And on some sites and some places, there's not even a an anesthesiologist present while the procedures are going on. House Bill 1930 is not about cutting corners to allow more treatment to be done. It's about how to utilize our state's resources in a way that is, first of all, safe for the patient, but also efficient, both manpower and cost. Again, I strongly support House Bill 1930, as it will lead to safer, more affordable, more accessible dental anesthesia across the state. I ask the committee to vote favorably on this critical piece of legislation.
Question, members? Representative Smith?
Doctor, thank you for being here. I'm looking on, have you had a chance to look at the bill?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm just trying to make, as a non-medical professional here, I'm just trying to understand what we're talking about. It looks like that a dentist may not delegate certain things, one of them being the authority to apply anesthetic unless there's a CRNA and the dentist is also permitted by the board for the particular procedure he's asking the CRNA to conduct, right?
Anesthesia aspect.
So what is it, are dentists just not given these permits normally? Is that something you have to go to additional school for?
Right.
Okay.
It's
So how much more per training are we talking about?
I couldn't give you that answer. It did get more difficult, and rightly so, in 2017.
Hell yeah.
When they did pass I think with the sunset situation they were talking about. And I'm totally behind that. And so as far as trying to get it, I haven't gotten it, so I would be guessing at times.
Okay, all right, well, I appreciate that, your candor. So we're not just talking about laughing gas here. What type of anesthesia?
No, this is general anesthesia we're talking about. And
so what procedures would you be conducting to apply general anesthesia?
yes, so in the situation, I know this would be a broader scope than just children, but the children part is the only part I know. So with these children, many are young. So, you know, they're sometimes as young as a year, maybe 18 months. They already have significant decay. So much so that they're abscessing teeth and there are things that just have to be done that you can't safely do in the office. You would have to restrain because kids are just going to be kids. That's the way it works. And so some of that treatment, it's too vast. It's too much. It could be sometimes 20 teeth that you either take out or crown. And so it's just significant work to try to put a child through all that. And multiple appointments don't help.
Okay. And so this would then allow you to have a CRNA in the office, and you would not have the same level of training as the CRNA?
No.
All right.
And so I wouldn't be making any decisions on medicines that were pushed. I just wouldn't be making any decisions on that. That would be CRNA.
Thank you.
Other questions, members? Alrighty, thank you. Chair calls Michael Nick. Good morning. I show you registered as Michael Nick, and you're representing yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please.
Morning, Madam Chair, members. CRNAs are highly trained healthcare professionals who specialize in administering all types of anesthesia in every practice setting where anesthesia is administered. That's hospitals, surgery centers, medical offices, and dental offices. Currently, that's with oral surgeons who have anesthesia training. The majority of states throughout the U.S. do not require the dentist to have this permit, so that's what we're seeking to change here. allowing dentists to delegate to the task of anesthesia CRNAs without themselves having anesthesia training would expand access to dental anesthesia care, especially in the underserved rural areas and with limited anesthesia providers. And because of this lack of access to dental care, it can result in some patients postponing necessary dental procedures, which can lead to more severe health problems down the road as they put this off. I currently am based out of Abernathy, Texas, but my anesthesia management company, which is all CRNAs, cover Amarillo and Lubbock and a few rural hospitals and some medical offices and dental offices, currently oral surgeon-based dental offices. In those situations, it's CRNA only, and the physician surgeon can write an order anesthesia per CRNA, which allows us to provide anesthesia in those settings. However, in Texas, the general practice dentists are limited currently by not being able to write that order for anesthesia. And so that's what we're seeking to change. I have several dentists through my oral surgeon contacts that have contacted me, wanting me to provide anesthesia in their offices, excuse me, which I have to inform them I'm not allowed to do that currently unless they have the same level of anesthesia training. And so they wanted me to relay to you that one specific dentist has to send his patients to Abilene, which is 2.5 hours away, to get those procedures requiring anesthesia done. I just had another pediatric dentist in Midland, Texas, contact me last week, wanted me to provide anesthesia because the one dental anesthesiologist we have in Lubbock retired. And so they're all scrambling, trying to find someone to do this. So they're using a group out of Austin and Dallas who has to drive all the way to Midland to provide the anesthesia, which on top of that, for them to travel that distance, it's not cheap. It's not cheap to begin with, and then they bump up the prices more to make it worth it. She normally does 6 procedures in a day. They want to require her to do 12 procedures a day to make it worth their time to go there for the day. So she has to do it. She wants the patients, her kids, to get the procedures and not have to go to the hospital, which costs the state even more money. So, and a lot of times insurance won't pay for the anesthesia, so the patient's on the hook for even a higher anesthesia bill as well. So I come before you asking you to support the change this.
Questions, members? Great, thank you for being here.
Right.
Chair calls Sydney Fowler. I show you registered as Sydney Fowler, and you're representing yourself and you're for the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
Ready, please begin.
Chairman and members, my name is Sid Fowler. I'm a practicing dentist in East Texas. 43 years ago when I got out of dental school, there was a lot of need for dental work in East Texas. There's a lot of need that some of the patients need sedated. My primary interest in all my patients is that the patients are safe, that I or any anesthesia provider does not injure any patient. Patient goes home better off than before we did the procedure. I have had the experience of working with approximately 12 to 15 anesthesiologists at 4 different hospitals. I've had the opportunity to work with 40 or 50 anesthetists, CRNAs. I've probably done 7,000 patients in the OR with the general anesthesia. I have never seen a bad one, anesthesiologist or anesthetist. That's a lot of cases. I've never seen one of them cause anything that hurt my patient. I have experienced incidents in the operating room that required very rapid response. I've seen very rapid response. I've seen good teamwork with anesthetists, and I would just like to say a good word that they're great. Especially when working on children patients, things happen very rapidly. Decrease in blood pressure happens very rapidly. Decrease in oxygen happens very rapidly. Sometimes we as a surgeon have excessive bleeding. We do not want to monitor a patient if we're controlling some bleeding. Why ask me to go to anesthesia school to become an anesthesiologist so that I can hire or use an anesthetist to perform anesthesia? I think it's discriminatory what the dental board has told me that I cannot use an anesthetist. I don't know exactly all the wording that would help fix the situation, but I am short on anesthesia providers. I have 40 to 50 patients that are waiting. I have other colleagues in hometown that have 120 patients waiting. I have attempted to get in touch with anesthesiologists to come help me at the hospital across the street or at my office. I've had trouble getting anesthesia help. I've worked with many anesthetists that are great, and they're able to come over and help, whether it's at the hospital or my office. I don't see any difference in hospital or office if I'm recommending this patient get sedated deeply, which we call general anesthesia. I'm not going to do a patient under deep sedation at a facility, wherever it's at, that's not safe. It's not inspected by anesthesia personnel. It's not inspected by me. It's not inspected. If it's not inspected by medical boards that control the anesthesia, then I think it's not a safe place to do a patient. I would not want one of my children to have surgery done in a facility like that. And I'm not going to do it. I'm going to make sure it's done right. I've had anesthetists come over and inspect my facility to see if it meets their standards. We in the dental industry, there's a different, we talk about level 1, 2, and 3. Do you know the difference in 1, 2, and 3? We can use nitrous oxide, which most people call laughing gas. That's the mildest form of anesthesia that we do, or sedation, get rid of anxiety. We can use one medication orally. That's called level 1. We can use a combination of 2 drugs orally. We can combine it with nitrous oxide, and that's called level 3 or level 2. We can use it intravenously or parenterally, they call it. We can sublingually, inhalation, subdermally. Level 3 can be done parenterally, where we inject it. All those are in a category called conscious sedation. We cannot put the patient asleep. We don't want to put the patient asleep. That's a job for somebody that's been to anesthesia school. The dental board tells me that I cannot get somebody that's been to anesthesia school if they have a CRNA degree. I would like to get help with CRNAs. Anesthesiologists are not available in my area. I've worked with many of them, but it's difficult lately to get them to come. I have patients stacked up that the parents are telling me these kids are missing school. They have a facial swelling. It's malpractice on my part to tell the patient, well, we will put you on an antibiotic. We'll call you if we have an opening. It's been 4 months on some of them. It's not right to say we will, if we get an opening, we will contact you. I don't think it's right. So I'm looking for anesthesia help. I do not see any difference between the excellent anesthesiologists that I've worked with. I do not see any difference in the excellent anesthetists. Both of those are trained in anesthesia, getting the patient awake with no injury. And I've worked with a lot of them. They are good. So I'm in support of the 1930, House Bill 1930.
Members, any questions? Alrighty, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Gregory Collins. I show you registered as Gregory Collins, and you're representing the Texas Association of Nurse Anesthetists and yourself, and you're for the bill.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Madam Chair, members, thanks for having me today. I've come fully optimistic about this and also fully in support of House Bill 1930. Again, I'm Greg Collins. I maintain a full-time faculty role with Texas Christian University School of Nurse Anesthesia. Can speak extensively to the training. If we have questions, Representative Smith would be happy to answer those as well. And I continue to practice clinically in and around the Fort Worth area. I'd like to just kind of summarize our position on House Bill 1930 and address any concerns that have been brought forth in previous testimony today, and more importantly, answer any questions that you guys have. As you've already heard, House Bill 1930 removes barriers that will directly increase access to dental care, particularly for the most vulnerable populations in Texas. House Bill 1930 does not change or expand the scope of practice for the CRNA. It's important to continue to say that, I think, based on just the opposition. House Bill 1930 allows, again, it does not force, it allows a dentist in the state of Texas to put the safety and best interests of his or her patients first and worry less about regulatory burdens and hurdles. House Bill 1930 permits a dentist, most of whom have received at least some training in and routinely participate in some sort of sedation practice, the same authority as physicians, most of whom choose to devote their time and attention to their surgical specialty and the procedure at hand, while delegating the provision of anesthesia to a provider with a well-established expertise and an impeccable record of safety, and in our case, the CRNA. Dr. Duke mentioned a couple of things in her testimony that I'd like to kind of address in support of the bill and hopefully answer some questions as well. The issues of practicing in an office-based setting are indeed, as she mentioned, they're somewhat austere, they're somewhat more difficult, but we have a standard of care, much like Dr. Oliverson has a standard of care. If we go in that facility, we have to inspect and make sure that not only that the emergency equipment is available, that it's upkept, that it's routinely looked after, but we also have to ensure that there are processes involved. What's the process if we have an emergency, and what's that? That's part of our standard of care. That's really explicitly stated by our accrediting and our credentialing bodies, and we're subject to the performance under that standard of care. And secondarily, to the tragedies that Dr. Duke mentioned, to which the permitting process and the sunset provisions addressed. I think it's important to realize that the vast majority of those tragedies does not involve an anesthesia provider. Those involve dentists practicing the sedation, which they were permitted or were allowed to provide. I think that this bill actually does the same thing. It addresses the safety of that. It floats the boat of safety, if you will, and puts an anesthesia provider, somebody capable of handling those emergencies, somebody capable of administering the sedation in the office, and allows the concerns of patient safety to be properly addressed. I think in conclusion here, finally, the drafting and introduction of this bill kind of highlights an important dynamic of the healthcare legislative efforts in the state. Representative Clardy clearly recognizes that this is a problem, that access to dental care requiring anesthesia services is a problem. And he engaged our organization, and together we worked to find a solution. And I think that's what we like to see in the legislative process. We find a problem, we create a solution. The opponents of this bill, those that you heard from today and those that you will in the future, as has kind of become routine in recent history with legislative efforts, really aren't offering a solution, just an obstruction. And I think that this is a way to move this forward and something, again, that we only see can increase safety. It's not a detriment at all. I think we can all agree, in closing, that the size and complexity of the healthcare apparatus in the state of Texas is expanding at a blistering pace. We can't continue to expect the status quo of our regulatory minefield to support this growth. House Bill 1930 addresses a great example of undue regulation that won't change practice, only streamline practice. I'd like to encourage you all to vote yes on House Bill 1930. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Question, members? Representative Price?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Collins, thank you for being here. I appreciate it very much. And I was just going to ask for a quick reminder on how, as a CRNA, you practice in some situations with independence, as I remember.
Sure.
Could you just kind of elaborate on that?
Sure. It's delegated practice.
Okay.
So basically, if I were to practice with a surgeon in a facility across the street from one of our dentist's office, that surgeon would delegate the provision of anesthesia to me, or delegate the ordering of drugs and devices to me, and then I would do the anesthesia from that point forward.
So I know that happens very specifically in my hometown with regard to OB services, labor and delivery services at Northwest Texas Hospital. So this is limited, I guess, Representative Clardy's bill is just addressing the dental the requirement of the dental board for dentists to have a permit equal to whatever level of anesthesia in addition to hiring. I mean, if they're going to hire a CRNA, as I understand it, they have to have, under current rules and law, a permit that is of equivalent.
And I think you bring up a great example. You mentioned the OB practice in Amarillo, obviously, which I'm ultimately familiar with. When I practiced anesthesia in that setting with an OBGYN provider, regional anesthesia, epidural neuraxial anesthesia, general anesthesia for cesarean sections, that OB anesthesia provider was required to have no anesthesia training and was giving me that delegatory practice. And so that's kind of what we're asking with the dentist. The dentist, we're asking them to have anesthesia training and then provide the delegatory practice. So it's kind of a two-sided coin where we don't ask that of the physicians, but we do ask that of the dentist. And again, that just streamlines and opens the opportunity. Much like, that practice in Amarillo, that was a need-based situation. We did that because that's the situation that was required, and it ended up providing valuable service for the community. And I think the same we'll find with this bill.
All right, thank you for answering the question. Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions, members? Alrighty, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1930? Chair recognizes Representative Clardy to close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members. I appreciate all the witnesses who came to testify here today, and I appreciate Dr. Duke's testimony, but I think it does really highlight the point that we're trying to make. This is not going to change the provision of care in our urban, suburban areas. This is trying to address a very acute need that we have in rural Texas, where there's a limit of all sorts of medical practitioners in every art. This in no way is going to allow any scope expansion for the treatment, but what it does do, it allows those professionals that are trained, dentists that know that this procedure may be difficult, it may have certain risks and hazards, to make a decision. It really does make sense to say, you get trained in this level of anesthesiology, but then delegate it to somebody else to do what you've been trained to do. What this does, I expect our dentists, and you heard several today from around Texas and rural Texas, they know where the risk and the problems are, and they know that they need an extra set of hands. They need a trained professional in anesthesiology, and they're happy to call. They also have the ability to call a doctor, a full MD anesthesiologist, like Dr. Oliverson, to come. And those doctors in my part of the world are more than happy to do it, but the problem is they're not there. Dr. Duke lives in a different practice area where it's very, there's so many more resources available. But what you've heard is really damaging, it's really hurting, it's impeding the provision of quality care on a timely basis to thousands and thousands of Texas and rural Texas. And so a dentist, a professional who's acting in the best interest for their patient, says this needs unique anesthesia treatment. I'm going to call the CRNA we work with, who we know they can come across. And again, you heard there can be inspection of those facilities, make sure they can provide that safely. If appropriate, they will make the decision. This should not be done in an office setting. This should move across the street to a hospital setting. But these are professionals across the board that are making these decisions. And again, with the best interest of their patients at heart. This is an important bill. It's going to do a lot of good for a lot of people. You've heard about the pediatric treatment with kids in the waiting lists that are there. Do we really want to have folks having to drive from, whether it be Amarillo or far, the Panhandle, from deep East Texas, from South Texas, to drive hours and hours, disrupting those schedules, those school schedules, work schedules, to get treatment they can get at home and get at home safely. And so I think, again, I would ask your favorable consideration of this bill. Would certainly be happy to answer any questions, either today or on the floor. Appreciate your attention to this and would ask for your favorable consideration.
Questions, members? Ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
If there's no objection, House Bill 1930 will be left pending. The chair hears no objection. House Bill 1930 is left pending without objection.
Chair lays out House Bill 2006 and recognizes Representative Cody Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I appreciate the opportunity to lay this bill out before the committee today. Currently, for an adopted person to get a copy of their original birth certificate, they must petition the court in which their adoption took place. getting access to an original birth certificate is extremely difficult, and the rules guiding access to them are vague and open to broad interpretation by the presiding judge in each court. House Bill 2006 requires the state registrar of vital statistics upon written request to provide to an adopted person over the age of 18 or a specific family member of a deceased adopted person a non-certified copy of the adopted person's original birth certificate. Members, this is the exact same bill that this committee voted out unanimously last session, and we sent it out of the House by a vote of 144 to 1. It was one of the many mass House bill casualties over in the Senate. So with that, I would request the right to close, and we'll defer to witnesses to speak for the bill.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Harris. Members, any questions? Chairman Harris? All right, we'll give you the opportunity to close. Chair calls Noel Johnson. Mr. Johnson, we have you registered as Noel Johnson, representing Support Texas Adoptee Rights, and yourself testifying today for the bill. Is that all correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right, thank you. You may begin your testimony.
I'm here today in support of House Bill 2006. I have testified on this bill in the past as an adult Texas adoptee. I realize the importance of having access to this first and foremost human right to have your original vital record. I have had the luxury of having the resources. Many of you know me in other capacities here at the Capitol. I've had the luxury of resources in investigative skills, political connections, in order to obtain my original birth certificate, and still ran into some major loopholes. I was able to obtain the name of my birth mother as it was written on my original birth certificate, which then requires vital records in the state to provide you. Once you provide that name as it's listed on the birth certificate, vital records is required to provide you the non-certified copy of that document. However, due to an error of human error with a clerk at Vital Records, even though I had all the information required to obtain my original birth certificate, I was denied my original birth certificate until I went back and provided my biological mother's maiden name, which was not the name that was listed on the original birth certificate. So if somebody like me, who has all the resources available to them in the world, can run into great difficulty obtaining their first medical record, their first vital record, how much more difficult is it for other Texas adults that don't have the resources and have to spend thousands upon thousands of dollars to figure out who they are and where they came from? We're not asking for children to have this right. We're asking for adult Texans to have the same right as anybody else to have access to their original birth certificate. And I thank you, and I'll answer any questions.
Members, any questions of the witness? We thank you for coming back, and thanks for your testimony. I remember it from last session, and pretty incredible. You make a very good point. So thank you for coming back.
Thanks to the committee.
Thank you. Chair calls Shauna Hogston. Ms. Hogston, we have you registered as Shauna Hogston, representing Texas Adoptee Rights Coalition, and yourself, and you're testifying today for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Shauna Hodson, and I'm testifying today in favor of House Bill 2006. I'm a Texas-born adoptee, and I'm a sixth-generation Texan by birth. I'm the spokesperson for the Texas Adoptee Rights Coalition, and I serve on the board of American Adoption Congress and Adoptees United. Current Texas law requires adult adoptees to know the names of the people listed on their original birth certificate to qualify for a non-certified copy, or adoptees may petition the court where their adoption was finalized. Beginning in the mid-2000s, I made 2 attempts at petitioning a Harris County court for my own information. On the first attempt, my petition was immediately denied. The judge stated that he could find no just cause to grant my request. What is just cause for wanting your own vital birth certificate? Non-adopted Texans are not required to show just cause for requesting their own documents. On my second petition attempt, a different judge insisted I get a permission letter from my adoptive parents. I was 40 years old at the time, a business owner, a mother of 4 children, one of whom was in college. My adoptive parents, of course, were more than happy to write the letter for me, but on principle, I refused to go that route. How infantilizing is it to stand in front of a courtroom full of people and have a judge tell you to get your parents' permission for anything, let alone your own documents? It was about as infantilizing as it is for me, with all due respect, to stand before you today and make a case for why I, as a taxpayer, a business owner, a wife, a mother of 4 grown children, deserve the basic right to my own vital record of birth. All I wanted was my birth certificate, but when I turned to the state for the document they created in my name for my benefit to document my birth, I was denied. In 2014, after becoming exhausted by the court process, I decided to use DNA testing to identify my birth family. I submitted my samples to 3 different companies and 7 months later, after a second cousin match turned up, I identified my birth family. It only took me 4 hours to identify my birth mother from that match. And I think you guys all have a handout there, and it's 2 different images, they're flow charts. One is a picture of like what it would look like if you went through DNA testing, and then the other is just straight access, which is what HB 2006 will provide for us if enacted. So I was now eligible to request my original birth certificate, so I drove to Austin a month later, made the request, and received my birth certificate 1 week later. The state could no longer deny me what was mine, but I was very wrong in thinking that. Hurricane Harvey hit in 2017, and my family and I were forced to evacuate our house in the early morning hours. We lost our home and nearly all of our belongings, including the copies of my original birth certificate. Months later, I requested a second copy of my original birth certificate and was denied. The reason? The Vital Statistics Office informed me that I was only eligible for 1 lifetime copy. I pushed back and enlisted the help of my colleague, Gregory Luce, who's an adoptee rights attorney. After several letters and emails, the state finally conceded and fulfilled my request. This was yet another reminder of the systemic bias against adopted people and how when we try to exercise what rights we do have, we are repeatedly denied as a result. The bias exists as a result of the prevailing myths and tropes about adopted people and the culture of secrecy that has tainted adoption practices for nearly a century. The same secrecy that hid my existence from my older biological brother, who was 3 when I was born. With guidance from the adoption agency, a family member told him I had died at birth and even showed him a gravestone, my gravestone, a few rows down from our grandparents in our East Texas family cemetery. And I actually brought a picture of that gravestone today. It says Infant Marshall, you'll see it. And I've actually never spoken about this publicly, so I'm a little emotional, I apologize. I was also always acutely aware of how secrecy harmed me as an adoptee, but it wasn't until I stood over my own grave with my brother did I realize how absurd it truly was. The truth will always come out no matter how deeply you try to bury it. Someone tried to bury me, but here I am. Adoptees are often argued over and used as political footballs, but we are rarely, if ever, included in laws that seal our own birth records and ultimately make us disappear. But we keep searching and we find our truths even though we're told we don't deserve them. Even when we're told our erased identity is the price that we should pay for being adopted. All of us, every single one of us, all of you, everywhere in the world, regardless of the systems that brought us into this world, have an inherent human right to know who we are and from whence we come. A birth certificate is not a mechanism by which to deny human being knowledge of their own origins. It was created to inform the person to whom it was registered. It was created before an adoption occurred and is not an adoption record. It is a birth record. And yes, a genealogical record. I'm the 4th great-granddaughter of Elizabeth Goodnight, sister of Texas hero Charlie Goodnight. I can now proudly pass that document down to my own children. If Texas is to pride itself on being a pro-adoption state, it can start by treating those of us who live adoption from the cradle to the grave with dignity and, most of all, equality. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I urge you to vote yes to advance House Bill 2006.
Ms. Hodgson, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate that. Thank you for your persistence. And I started listening so intently, I forgot to cut you off at 3 minutes, so.
And I realized, I heard a little beep, and I thought, I think I'm over my time, but they're gonna let me go.
But it was very, very illustrative, and we appreciate the written materials as well. Are there any questions for the witness? Really, thank you for being here. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you all. Thank you.
Chair calls Joellen Peters. Ms. Peters, we show you registered as Joellen Peters, representing Support Texas Adoptee Rights and yourself, and you're testifying today for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. Thank you, Representative Harris, for bringing HB 2006 to the House. I'm Joellen Peters. I'm speaking in support of HB 2006. I'm an adopted person. I'm also a licensed clinical psychologist who works with adoptees, birth parents, and adoptive parents in Austin. I'm board president of Support Texas Adoptee Rights, which is a nonprofit that's been working since 2015 to restore OBC access to adopted adults in Texas. And I'm testifying today really to kind of discuss a narrow policy issue that's relevant to HB 2006. There's many people who have testified to some of the emotional parts and the more meaningful parts, but this is a policy issue. So when a child is born, that original birth certificate is issued. And in an infant adoption, a birth parent has to wait 48 hours before they can relinquish their parental rights. So an adoption then legally can take place anytime between 6 months, 6 years, 16 years after that relinquishment occurs and after the birth occurs. During that time between the birth and the adoption, however long that is, the original birth certificate is not sealed, okay? Once the adoption legally occurs, a supplementary birth certificate is issued containing the names of the adoptive parents and removing the birth parent's name. Up until that point, the original birth certificate has served as the child's primary identity document, whether that's for 6 months or 6 years or 16 years. And it is available. The birth parent's identity is kept private from the public, of course, but those who would have access to the regular birth certificate would have access to that birth certificate. Thus, there is no stated privacy right for a birth parent in Texas law, past or present, regarding birth certificates. In fact, because of DNA, it is foolhardy to make any promises of privacy to anyone who is genetically related to another person. You can easily find, as Shauna pointed out, within 4 hours, somebody. So HB 2006 would simply end outdated policies that restrict access. STAR's catchphrase is vital records are vital, and that became very clear to me this past summer. I now bear a scar right here from the removal of a melanoma. 23 years ago, I obtained my medical information that my biological father died of melanoma. And at that time, my personal physician offered me twice yearly skin checks to the dermatologist, ordered those. And this melanoma that I found, it looked like a freckle. I never would have known if I didn't have that medical information. That vital record is vital. That's why I'm here today. We believe that the other 600,000 adoptees deserve the same right to access that information.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions of the witness members? We appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Elizabeth Jaranovich. Ms. Jaranovich, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
It's the ex-husband's name. You can pronounce it however you like.
That's pretty good, but I guess I'm going to clarify so we don't make any mistakes. You're registered as Elizabeth Jaranovich, and you're representing Abrazo Adoption Associates and yourself testifying today for the bill. Is that all correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please proceed.
My name is Elizabeth Jurenovich. I am a licensed psychotherapist and the founder and director of Abrazo Adoption Associates, a Texas licensed nonprofit adoption agency and strategic partner in the Texas Adoptee Rights Coalition. My adoption career began in Texas in 1987, and I have experience in both closed and open adoptions. If you've never witnessed what happens on placement day when a child moves from one family to another, I've brought a couple of photos on the premise that a picture is worth 1,000 words. These are actual adoptees and birth parents and adoptive parents, and I have their permission to use these photos and to share them with you because at my agency, adoption is not a secret and it has never needed to be. Even back in the 80s, it was common practice for adoptive parents and birth parents to meet when a child was being placed for adoption. Nevertheless, adoptees' original birth records in Texas continue to get sealed by the courts at the time that adoptions are finalized. Adoptees' birth certificates are altered by the Texas Bureau of Vital Statistics to presumably document that the adoptive parents birthed the adoptee wherever that child was born, regardless of whether those parents were even present for that birth. Obviously, the birth mothers know to whom the birth occurred. The adoptive parents know it too. This information and the facts regarding who actually produced the child need not be hidden from either one of them. It is, however, concealed by Texas law from the one person to whom it will actually matter the most, the adoptee. As an adoption professional, I've been trained to respect the adoptee's right to know their own birth facts. It's unhealthy to hide this information from adoptees. This practice of restricting adoptees' birth certificate access made no sense to me 36 years ago, and it still doesn't today. As a parent, as a therapist, and as a child welfare professional, I recognize the importance of honesty and transparency in identity formation. In the child-centered adoptions I've done over the past 3.5 decades, the parents who surrender children and the parents who adopt don't expect to be hidden from each other. Adults who were adopted as children should have the same legal right to their own birth records as any other American. For adult adoptees to be denied their own original birth certificate truly is government interference. Restricted access to their own vital records perpetually infantilizes adoptees. It denies them needed access to their own cultural and medical history, and it is a gross violation of their civil rights.
Ms. Jurenovich, I need to stop you right there and ask the panel if they have any questions. I know you're reading from this statement, and we have a copy of this, so we appreciate you providing that as well. Are there any questions for the witness? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for listening.
Chair calls Andrew Brown. Good morning, Mr. Brown. We have you registered as Andrew Brown, representing the Texas Public Policy Foundation today for House Bill 2006. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right, please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Brown. I oversee child and family policy for the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 2006. Nearly every court in the country restricts public access to and seals documents relating to adoption proceedings to ensure the privacy and confidentiality of birth families, adopted children, and adoptive parents. Interestingly, this practice of restricting access to records for even the parties to an adoption is a relatively new phenomenon, historically speaking. It wasn't until around the 1920s that states began amending their adoption laws to prevent the parties to that adoption from obtaining copies of records except in cases where good cause is shown. This was largely done under the theory that restricting access would, to quote a document published by the Child Welfare League of America in 1938, shield the adoptee from unnecessary embarrassment in the case of illegitimacy. As you've heard today, an adoptee in Texas must petition a court that ordered their adoption and show good cause to receive a non-certified copy of their original certificate, as well as other important documents related to that adoption. It should be noted that this requirement of petitioning the court is not required if the adoptee knows the identity of each parent listed on the birth certificate. And as the practice of adoption has changed in recent years and moved toward greater openness among the parties, the current system for tightly restricting the adoptees' access to their records is becoming increasingly antiquated. House Bill 2006 recognizes this reality and updates Texas law to make it easier for adoptees who have reached adulthood to obtain their original birth certificate and other important documents relating to their adoption. And although I strongly believe that every person has the right to know who they are and where they came from, I also recognize the other side's position that others involved in the adoption, and especially that birth parent who made the difficult decision to place their child for adoption, have important rights that also must be recognized and respected. And sometimes these rights are in tension with one another, but balancing these rights is not impossible, and there are several models employed by other states that achieve this goal in a less burdensome manner than current Texas law. I have some copies of research that we've done on this topic that actually outlines not only Texas law, but as well as some of these other models. Thank you very much for you all to take a look at. No. I want to thank Representative Harris for bringing this excellent piece of legislation and for his heart for all of those touched by adoption. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions, Mr. Brown? Thank you. We appreciate you being here and appreciate the written materials as well. Is there anyone else wishing to testify for or against House Bill 2006? We have Joe Poyman back there. We do not show you registered at this time.
Can I do that? I wanted to testify against. Sorry to cause it.
She can help you out.
Can I testify and then register?
No.
Or can I?
Against?
Well, somebody posted it here.
There is, but it's not him. Chair calls Joe Poyman. Mr. Poyman, we have you registered as Joe Poyman, representing Texas Alliance for Life, in opposition to House Bill 2006. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm so sorry about that.
That's fine.
My name is Dr. Joe Poyman. I'm Executive Director of Texas Alliance for Life, and we respectfully oppose this bill, House Bill 2006, or 2006. We're very sympathetic to the point of view of the author and the witnesses in support of this bill. But we want to make 2 points. First, we believe that when a birth mother and a birth father places a baby for adoption with the understanding that they will be and remain anonymous, the state of Texas should honor that agreement. If a woman is raped, becomes pregnant, and wishes to place that baby in anonymity, we should honor the intent of that mother. She may have placed that child for adoption instead of seeking abortion, knowing that she will remain anonymous throughout the rest of her life. Second, I wish to call attention to the state's Central Adoption Registry, which is easily found on the DSHS website. The registry matches the birth parents and the adult adoptees if all parties are willing. And I understand there are thousands of parties who have joined that registry and are being matched. That registry is a terrific resource, and I think would solve a lot of the problems that we're hearing about right now. And we just haven't heard about this, and when I've come in the previous years, I have never heard anyone mention that registry. So I just want to call that attention to you and anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions, of this witness? We appreciate you registering and thank you for being here. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2006? Hearing none, Chair calls Chair Harris to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I do want to thank the volunteers like Noel and Joellen and all the others who have worked so hard on this legislation for so many years. And I want to make sure that the committee knows that I don't bring this legislation lightly. I bring it as an adoptive father with a daughter whose birth records are sealed, and something that my wife and I have given great consideration to. But with that said, I appreciate the committee's time and would request favorable recommendation to the local and consent calendar.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for bringing the bill. If there's no objection, House Bill 2006 will be left pending. The chair hears no objection. House Bill 2006 is left pending without objection.
The chair lays out House Bill 1973 and recognizes Representative Caroline Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you for the opportunity to lay out HB 1973 before you today. HB 1973 is a healthcare transparency bill. It requires that a patient receives an itemized bill before they pay a medical bill. Right now, you can request an itemized bill and it will be sent to you, but it's not automatic. HB 1973 makes it automatic. The lack of an itemized bill continues to hide actual prices from patients, even after they're being told what they owe, and doesn't allow patients a chance to check and make sure that the correct services were billed for or recorded. HB 1973 also states that instead of just including billing codes and prices, the itemized bill must include a plain language description of each healthcare service or related supply. I think we can all agree that transparency in healthcare is critical, especially when it comes to cost. Research shows that 6 out of 10 Americans have medical debt, and that 80% of hospital bills have errors, and that of that 80% of those are overcharges in that 80% of medical bills with errors. I worked on this legislation last session as a staffer, and then when I ran my own campaign, I heard story after story after story on the campaign trail of how this impacts my constituents. I even have constituents who are being sued by a hospital for medical bills as low as $1,000. And one of my constituents was served with papers for a medical bill for $1,200. And she had always paid her medical bills, wasn't even aware that this was out there. Instead of going to court, she decided to reach into her savings and pay that bill. She couldn't get an itemized receipt, and she's a single mom with 3 daughters. And so I just want to make it clear that this bill would be very impactful for my constituents, and I know for all Texans. And on that point, I really want to thank the members that have signed on to this bill, Representative Collier, Vice Chair Campos, and many other members on the committee. I have 107
joint authors and co-authors on this bill. And so I know that the will of the House is to take care of this problem and make sure that we have healthcare transparency for all Texans. I know my constituents need this bill, and I also know that it will help all Texans. Thank you, members. I reserve my right to close.
Members, are there any questions for Representative Harris? Representative Smith?
Yes, Representative, thank you so much. If there's anybody that knows what people want from their time on the campaign trail, it is you. I think you knocked 100,000 doors or something like that. That was
About
really amazing.
11,000.
In your campaign. I do think it's a great bill, and I really appreciate you bringing it, and I appreciate the way it's laid out. It's kind of a difficult thing to try and put pen to paper on, but I certainly appreciate it. The only thing I had a question about was at the very end of the bill, I believe. Have you had discussions with stakeholders about other enforcement mechanisms than besides maybe an ethics violation for that? And the only reason I ask that, is because, you just might think about this and talk to Dr. Oliverson and some other healthcare providers, but, when you want to be able to give a detail as to what is substantive, right? When you hate to have, if it's not clear enough, there'll be an ethics violation. Right? So anyway, something I was wanting to point out, and I don't know, maybe it's this way in other areas of billing and healthcare, and if it is, then I'll be quiet, but just something I noted. But I really appreciate you bringing the bill. Thank you.
Yeah, we can definitely take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Jones has a question?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you so much for the bill layout. Hello, freshman. Sorry. I'm still learning too.
That's okay.
So my question is, will there be, or is there some kind of timeline that can be delineated with when, I guess what would you, as far as the author, what would you think would be an appropriate timeline to have medical providers provide the details around billing?
Absolutely. So federal law says that if you request an itemized bill, you have 30 days, the provider has 30 days to provide it. And so we've talked with stakeholders about including that in the bill. I will add that the bill language specifically says that you can't, that you won't pay a medical bill until you get that itemized receipt. So that's good incentive to get that, taken care of even before 30 days if the provider's trying to receive payment for the services. But we have talked to stakeholders about including that language, and I think that's definitely acceptable to include in a committee substitute.
And another question, as it relates to onboarding, I definitely know that hospitals already have a kind of an itemized system set up for some of the clinics and fairly qualified health centers. That may be a challenge because of the way that they currently do billing. Would there be an opportunity to, I guess, what has been the conversations to see about what does onboarding look like for those entities that may not have this system already established like a hospital would?
Yeah, absolutely. So in all of our conversations, again, it's a federal requirement to provide an itemized, at least in Texas, Texas state law is a requirement to provide an itemized if you request it. And so I haven't seen the statistics of places that don't have it in place because everybody's required to provide it. So I'm happy to, discuss timeline for people that don't. I'm very happy to include that in the bill and work with stakeholders on that. I'm not aware of that situation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Representative Oliverson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Representative, I've talked about this bill. I really like where you're going with this. To Representative Smith's point, I think now I can't speak to hospitals, but most doctors and other healthcare providers nowadays, billing has gotten so complicated with insurance that most of them contract those services out. Mm-hmm. So you're essentially holding them ethically liable for something that they didn't actually do themselves, even though essentially it was on their behalf. Mm-hmm. So just ask you to consider the fact that third-party billing services are pretty common in healthcare where you may get dinged by your professional and licensing board because of an action that was taken on your behalf that you had no direct knowledge of.
Right, absolutely. Yeah.
So then the second thing is, let's see, what, it's on page 2 and it's on line, it begins on line 4, the sub-item B, where it talks about the amount that a healthcare provider agrees to accept as full payment for each healthcare service and supply that's provided that patient. So the trick with this is not that that can't be done, but when you put timelines on that, most providers, whether they're hospitals or doctors, are going to bill the patient's insurance and then wait for a response from that insurance before they ever think about sending a bill to the patient.
Right.
And I think you'll probably hear from the majority of them that it is difficult, if not impossible, for them to calculate that exact number in advance of what they're going to accept. So if you're asking them to say, you know, I need you to tell me up front what my patient responsibility is going to be, that's sort of the rub we've always gotten into traditionally with this, is that it requires a coordinated conversation between two entities that are not the patient. It's the provider talking with the insurer, waiting on the insurer to respond. Sometimes claims are processed in less than 15 days. Sometimes there's an error in the claim, and then, you know, it can be months before the provider actually knows exactly what they're going to get paid to tell the patient, you know, here's what your patient responsibility is. So those are sort of some complexities. I think the part about that I really like is if we're talking about non-third-party billing, if we're talking about cash pay services or self-pay,
Right.
this all becomes really easy, right? But when insurance is involved, it gets really complicated because it's not really the provider most of the time that you're waiting on. It's the insurance company.
That's true. You may be able to speak to this point, but a lot of the constituents that I talked with, they were required to get an itemized bill to give to their insurance before they were reimbursed for certain services. And so, you know, that we might be able to work on that language, but I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that if by federal law you're required to provide an estimate now upfront for a lot of services, it's not saying the patient absolutely has to pay it or
Right.
the insurance absolutely has to pay it. It just says the amount they agree to accept as full payment, you know, whether it's by insurance or the patient.
And I think that's your sticking point there. I mean, I think, and to your point, Texas has had a law on the books for some time that requires that if a patient requests an upfront price estimate, and that's based on billed charges, that essentially the provider has to provide that. And that's been in statute for a long time. But the part you put in here about what they're willing to accept, they may not be able to calculate that number until 90 days after they have sent the bill into the insurance company. But to your point, there are certain plans, you know, most PPO type HMO products aren't going to require a written upfront thing, but I could see a health share requiring that. There are certain financing mechanisms that exist out there where they may require an upfront,
Right.
you know, sort of bill or somebody that's negotiating a price. So,
And I think just to boil all of this down and just to talk about kind of what our attempt at what we're trying to get at with the bill is, we're hoping that this means that every person, before they pay a medical bill, gets a sheet that has a code, the billing code, a plain language description of what it is, a Kleenex, and a price. And so that's kind of what we're working towards. And again, I'm happy to work with stakeholders on figuring out, you know, okay, what is practical for them to provide. You know, it will be different than an EOB. It really will. And so, but that's our main goal. And I'm happy to work with.
I totally get where you're going. I'm just trying to make sure you understand that you, as a provider, you won't know that number 90% of the time up front if you're billing insurance. There's no way for you to know that until you've submitted the claim, and the insurance, first of all, has to determine if it's a covered service. Second of all, if it's medically appropriate. You know, they have their prior authorizations and all that kind of stuff. Then there's deductibles, cost sharing, all that has to be calculated. most of the time, in my experience, the insurance company tells the patient what they owe before the bill from the doctor ever gets there.
Gotcha.
And
In your opinion, is 30 days enough time to
I don't
provide
think
that?
so.
Okay.
I
So we'd
don't,
have to go beyond
well,
federal law.
if it was, let me be clear, if what you're asking for is an itemized statement of billed charges, then yes, absolutely, I think 30 days is appropriate. If what you're asking for is, I want to know the exact number I'm gonna be required to pay, I think 90 days may not even be enough time in all circumstances.
That makes sense.
Anytime insurance is involved, it can be very complicated. But cash pay is simple.
Yeah,
You could do it for cash pay, and that would be very easy to do.
makes sense.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Johnson?
And the constituent said she could not get her itemized bill. Were you able to find out why it was not being provided for her?
I wasn't. I think that she ran out of time to get it before she was gonna have to go to court. And so she wasn't able to get it to, I guess, show, hey, this is what my insurance will reimburse me for. And so she had to just go ahead and pay the money instead of going to court. She was trying to avoid that and didn't get it before that date.
I don't know the answer, but it would be interesting to see if that certain circumstance had violated the federal requirement, or if there was something else that had happened there. Maybe somebody had gotten confused or communication gotten crossways. Similar to Dr. Oliverson mentioning, the complexities beyond cash pay are also potential litigation. If you have a suit that's been filed, legal requirements for subrogation or third-party interest. Again, if a hospital wants to reduce their bill, depending on what somebody has paid out as a third-party offender, and where things would come into play from that. I know from the hospital perspective, they can provide it. They're worried about the amount of cost that would come in having to provide it to all of those folks who are not requesting it or not needing it because it may be an issue that's getting resolved. And so have you thought about how to address the uncompensated cost that will be passed on to consumers to supplement adding staff to provide itemized billing to folks that it's not applicable or not requesting it?
I have, and I've actually discussed this with stakeholders, and I actually would like to see data from them on how much burden this might actually take off of them administratively and through the billing department. I've done a lot of research on the amount of times people call billing departments trying to get more clarity, whether it's requesting this itemized bill or just asking more questions about their bills, all of that. Some statistics say that people contact a billing department an average of 16 times. And so I am interested to hear from them and just see if providing this itemized, which I think might just be a higher one-time cost with a vendor or providing that technology, if providing that clarity up front might actually take away administrative burden from the billing department and from just the administrators that it takes. And I've, again, heard a lot of stories where people try to contact the billing department, they don't get that far, so they go to the next person. Eventually, they, get to the board, and so they're taking up those people's time as well with this. And so I really am hopeful that this will actually end up in cost savings in the long run. And again, I haven't seen that from providers yet. I understand they have, they're still doing kind of some research on that. But I really am hopeful that providing more transparency will actually lend itself to lower costs down the road.
So you're not intending to add administrative costs to the hospital systems or to patients?
I'm just intending to provide more transparency and making sure that every single patient, no matter their background, gets an itemized bill that has the billing code, plain language description, and the price on it.
I'll be happy to connect you with some of our hospital entities out of the medical center, and I'm glad to hear that, sounds like you want to work with them and you don't want to add payment or cost for me to pay to supplement services that are not being requested.
Absolutely, and I would love to get specific costs.
Okay.
I've asked for that. I haven't really seen specifics to even, my area. So that'd be wonderful. I'd love to get that.
Thank you. Thank you for that very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Collier?
Yes. Thank you so much for bringing this bill. I appreciate it. So I just want to clarify a few things because one of them dealt with the question that you asked, Dr. Oliverson. And the way I read the bill, it's past tense. So it says when they provided. So I don't believe it's asking for a prepayment, which is the scenario that you mentioned, Dr. Oliverson, if they're going to say this is the amount and you have to send an itemized statement because we just don't know how much it is in prepayment. So it appears that this is looking after the services have been provided. So I don't think we would run into that challenge that Dr. Oliverson mentioned, but it's a very good point. And then also, when a person goes into the hospital, I think this may be something that we need to look at, and they have to pay a deductible.
Right.
You know, when you go in, they say, okay, this is your share.
Yeah.
And at that time, I don't believe that's when your bill is going to apply, but maybe we could clarify that to say, look, I'm not talking about when you go in for a service and this is your deductible. Maybe that's not what your intent is on this bill. And then also, on this part where Representative Johnson just mentioned about the amount the healthcare provider agrees to accept and then whatever is due, I read this to mean when hospitals accept the insurance carrier's payment, then they're not balance billing because that was what we had banned already, right? The balance billing. So if you accept the insurance carrier's payment, then you put down, we've got your money. Because as if what we heard earlier is that providers tend to send, the insurance carrier will get paid, send their payment in before the providers pay or send the bill. Is that right? I think that's what you said. You said the providers send the bill after the insurance company. Typically, that's how it works. So if that's the case and the provider's already been paid by insurance, then the amount that they say they accept is whatever the insurance company paid. That's the way I read it.
No.
No, it's not?
Cost-sharing requirements too.
Oh, well, like if I have my deductible left.
Right, or your copay.
Okay, but then they could put down what they accepted.
Right, that's pretty common, 90-10, 80-20.
Yes. So why couldn't they put down, and that's the second point that I made about if they have to pay their deductible, a portion of it. Or maybe the insurance carrier says, like you said, your out-of-pocket maximum for this year is $5,000. And if they haven't reached it, then that's what they would have to pay the difference of. That's what you're talking about?
Right, they're cost-sharing.
Okay.
Component. But you won't know that number until after the insurance company tells you what that number is.
Okay, but if if the insurance company's already paid it or paid their share, would the hospital or provider know by that time?
By that time, but that could be 90 days later.
90 days later, because they're going back and forth
Right?
appealing.
If it's not a
Yes.
clean claim, it could be 6 months later.
Okay, so I still feel
I
we could
think
work
the
on that.
Timelines are the problems. You can't put a timeline on this when you're depending on a third party that's not the subject of this bill
Right,
to make a decision about how quickly that's actually going to happen.
right. So that's something that I think we could work on. But when you brought up the third-party billing, I don't believe we should reduce responsibility just because they've hired a third party, because we have a duty, the buck stops with us. So if I'm going to pass on my responsibility to someone else, I need to make sure that they're doing the right thing. So that's where I feel, I kind of veer off on that one. I feel like if they're going to hand somebody else the responsibility to collect the bill, then they need to follow all the requirements. And I should be responsible if they don't, because then it means I'm not doing my job of watching you. That's just how I feel about that part.
I guess other professions like that, would you?
Yeah, if I hire somebody to do something for me.
If you build somebody as a lawyer, would you have your law license disciplined?
Well, I think, that's
incorrect.
Okay, so that's my fourth point. So then it says permissive. It says may. It doesn't say it has to happen. So the bill says it's permissive. And that was the thing that I was going to mention. Thank you for bringing that up, because it's permissive and you leave it to the point where whoever's the responsible authority, they have the flexibility to determine the manner and the type and extent of any type of disciplinary action, which could be anything. It could be, you get a demerit, I don't know. But it seems like it's pretty broad. Maybe that could be something that could be tightened up so that way people can have better expectations. But I feel like, you did do that. And then, let's see here, make sure I got all my notes out here. Oh, that's it. I'll pass.
Can I
Representative Alderson?
I'm sorry, I apologize for cross-talking, but I don't know that section 185.003 is necessary. And the reason is because you already have a prohibition on debt collection, which means essentially that if I don't meet the requirements of this statute, I can't send you a bill, or if I send you a bill, you're not obligated to pay it, and I can't take any action against you for non-payment. That's a pretty big hammer to swing. You're basically saying, like, if you owe the hospital thousands, but they didn't follow this procedure correctly, then you owe them nothing.
I actually like that. Sorry. I do like that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think disciplinary action is necessary because you're already saying if you don't follow this, you can't get paid.
I like that version better. Sorry. That's a good point.
That's great. Happy to work on that. Absolutely.
Any other questions, members? Thank you. If there are no more questions, we will proceed to testimony. And the chair calls Daniel Chepakauskas. Thank you for being here, and I show you registered as Daniel Chepakauskas, and you're with Patient Choice Coalition, and you're for the bill?
That's correct.
I apologize if I mispronounced
That's
your
okay.
name.
Everyone does. I don't get offended by it anymore, so. Thank you, committee members, for the opportunity to testify. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 1973. I've thought long and hard about this particular bill, worked with the representative's office quite extensively, and speaking with members of the Patient Choice Coalition. We didn't really have any issues with the bill other than some questions that I think we were able to alleviate through conversations with the Texas Medical Board, and then just amongst ourselves. Obviously, House Bill 1973 is quite simple to provide that itemized bill to a patient that has had healthcare supplies and services provided to them. This is after the fact that those services and supplies have been provided. Just a couple issues or questions that I encountered through speaking with my membership was pertaining to those upfront fixed costs like deductibles and co-pays. Texas Medical Board felt the same way. I feel the exact same way. I don't see the healthcare provider being limited or prohibited from collecting of those without the itemized bill because it's a contractual obligation they've already made with the insurance company. And I think that since the bill specifies after the services have been supplied, if they can calculate that fixed cost up front, I don't see any issue with them being able to collect that. As far as the description that's to be provided to the patient, there was a little bit of concern as far as what does plain language constitute. I think that in some regards, maybe a CPT description could be too vague, but in most cases, I think that would be satisfactory. I mean, in many cases, patients aren't aware of the medical lingo or able to get into the weeds of what some of these services constitute. So I think that that's kind of in the eyes of the beholder of the regulatory agency and how they determine what is adequate in that regards. But the main intention of the bill is to actually provide something to the consumer or the patient. I don't think it's about patients complaining and saying, the itemized bill I received wasn't detailed enough. That may happen, but the major complaints that I have heard of is that there's been no itemized bill provided at all, and collection has been sought from the healthcare provider, or a collection agency is now calling an individual and they have no idea why they owe these particular amounts for those healthcare services. So the Patient Choice Coalition membership doesn't have an issue with this legislation. It's standard practice for them to provide as much transparency as possible. The only concern that they had was the collecting of those upfront fixed costs, and I think those have been alleviated with the specificity of language concerning an itemized bill post services that have been provided.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair calls Michelle Lindsley. Thank you for being here today. I show that you're registered as Michelle Lindsley, and you're with the Memorial Hermann Health System, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Chair Click, Vice Chair Campos, and members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Michelle Lindsley. I'm the Vice President of Managed Care for Memorial Hermann Health System. I'm here on behalf of Memorial Hermann Health System and the Texas Hospital Association to testify respectfully in opposition of House Bill 1973. We have shared our concerns with Representative Harris over the last few months. We support price transparency and currently provide patients and notify them of their right to obtain itemized statements upon request in compliance with existing law. We have concerns with the bill as filed, potential confusion for patients, our inability and or challenge to operationalize, and the expense to accommodate the proposed changes or issues for us. Memorial Hermann is the largest not-for-profit health system in Southeast Texas, with 17 hospitals and over 260 care delivery sites in Greater Houston. We have over 1.6 million patient encounters each year. Less than 2% of our patients request itemized statements. Itemized statements can be as minimal as 2 pages for outpatient services or hundreds of pages for higher acuity inpatient care. They are organized by line item and in categories of like services, reflecting granular detail inclusive of charges for every medication, lab, suture, supply, even when services are paid as part of a bundle. For example, per case or per visit rates. In most cases for insured patients, that helps. In most cases for insured patients, the charges for services do not directly apply in calculations for reimbursement actually paid, inclusive also of the benefits that further define any patient liability. Depending on the service and patient's benefits, they may have asked for partial payment up front. After discharge and after the insurance plan has processed the claim for services provided, patients receive an explanation of benefit statement from their insurance plan, a statement from the hospital, separate applicable physician bills, and proposed as are providing another document to patients that may not provide value if not requested. Our patients seem most interested in the actual amounts they owe. We send out roughly 30,000 itemized statements each year and have been providing to our patients for over 20 years upon request. Under the proposed requirement, we estimated the cost to be upwards of $3 to $5 million annually, covering technical related enhancements in our new processes requiring additional resources, increased staffing, aligned with an anticipated increase in patient calls, and cost to manage enhancements of space available through patient portals and or sending potentially large documents by U.S. mail or other delivery certified receipt through regarding sensitive patient information. Hospitals continue to be well-intended and committed to transparency specific to a patient's healthcare costs. We absolutely have opportunity to communicate better with our patients, and Memorial Hermann continually reviews how we best maximize the many vehicles we have to share information. Perhaps in lieu of an itemized statement requirement attached to every patient statement, for a balance due, we can explore methods and frequency for which, with which.
I apologize, your time is up.
Oh, okay.
Representative Johnson?
If you don't mind, I do have a question for you, but wanted you to finish that last statement about how you might be able to help solve this problem. Seemed like you were saying.
Just wanted to say we can explore methods and frequency with which we notify patients of their right to receive. So different font bigger, have different conversations with the patients, look at our consent forms, look at our patient statements, et cetera.
Okay. If I can ask, Representative Harris mentioned a constituent who was obviously being sued,
Yes.
trying to deal with her hospital and did not have an itemized bill.
Yes.
Can you explain, is that normal? Is that abnormal? I know you're a very large hospital entity, but are there requirements for everybody to maintain an itemized bill throughout a litigation process?
So I can speak for Memorial Hermann. I also have many peers across the state that I informally surveyed. Most hospital systems across the state have a very clear, defined process to obtain an itemized statement. We have, once a patient requests the itemized statement, we provide it. There may be some intermittent hospital systems not doing it. I can't speak for them or what their challenges have been. It may just be operational opportunities, but most hospitals are delivering itemized statements currently to patients today who request them.
No, I'm asking, in this scenario that she said where a woman was being sued, was going through litigation and couldn't get her itemized bill, could that be a scenario in which that particular hospital entity or provider didn't do it right?
Yes,
because it would
absolutely.
seem to me you ought to have that itemized bill, especially if you're pursuing litigation.
Absolutely.
Do you all maintain your itemized bill?
So we have itemized bills for when patient requests them. We also have insurance companies that request itemized bills. So we produce those upon request, really depending on the situation.
And how long are you required to do it, or how long do you do it?
I don't know that we have a time limit. We provide them when requested, and I've seen us provide them up to 2 years after the date of service.
I mean, I can understand what Representative Harris is saying. She has a constituent who got sued and then presumably couldn't get a bill. That does seem absolutely wrong, right?
Yes.
So.
Don't disagree.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you're going to sue somebody, you ought to be able to at least account for and tell them exactly what you were itemized. So that's a separate situation. Let me ask you about if we did it in every circumstance. Can you explain to me why you say it might be $3 to $5 million to comply?
Several reasons. So technology, we have certain types, we have bills, and I did bring a sample of the different documents that I referenced. But we would have to look at our, what enhancements we would have to make in our computer, in our applications to be able to provide the additional information on the itemized statements. Also, staffing calls. Patients are already getting explanation of benefits from their insurance. They're getting a patient statement. The numbers are going to be different than what is on an itemized statement. We don't see a lot of patients asking for the itemized statements. They mostly are interested in, okay, I just received this explanation of benefits. I received this patient statement. It says I owe $500. I want to know more about why I owe the $500. So we would have to staff. We believe we would have to staff for more calls coming in because the patients would be confused. Well, I just got the COB and it says I owe $500, but gosh, I just got this itemized statement. Do I owe $10,000? And just a lot of questions and anxiety because a lot of times the bill charges are not what we accept from the insurance company through our contracting.
And can you explain that sometimes you don't get, my bill may be different from what you're telling me was actually itemized because you may do a reduction.
Absolutely. We could have a bill charge of $5,000, but we have a insurance agreement that pays us $2,500. It'll pay at a per case level, so we don't have line item payments on each of those charges. So we just want to make sure the patients don't get confused or have anxiety about these bill charges versus what they actually owe based on our contract with the insurance company and their benefits.
Let me ask you a couple of other points. One, you mentioned, and I get it, when you said certified return receipt requested, if the penalty is you can't sue them, if you didn't give them the document, you probably will print that out and send it certified return receipt requested to ensure that they got it.
Correct. Or as the language in the bill, if we were not able to collect because we did not send an itemized statement, and we're talking about over 1.6 million annually. How do we do that? 1.6 million patient encounters. So each of those encounters would have an itemized statement attached to them. And if we wanted to avoid a penalty, we would need to make sure that we actually sent the itemized statement and it was received. I don't know how we would do that unless we did a certified mail or some type of return signature that would be our proof that we actually sent something, and that can be pretty expensive when you're talking about that many encounters.
Okay. And I do hope that we can connect you with Representative Harris to make sure that y'all can go through some of the nuances on this and make sure everybody's on the same page. So thank you very much.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. Representative Oliverson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so she did say a couple other things which I think are fair criticisms of the existing process, and that is that I think, and because I've heard this too on other pieces of legislation that we've talked about this session, where we have a situation where there are services being billed that are in error, that the patient either doesn't recall ever receiving or truly never received, and that does happen. In the operating room, for example, sometimes we have a standard way, well, Dr. X does surgery Y, and he always uses X, Y, Z thing, but this one time he didn't. So, I mean, she's talking in the bill here, Representative Harris has, it seems to me like a lot of this is just can we have more clarifying language, more explanation, plain language, so that the patient can understand, instead of just some CPT codes that you and I understand, but the patient's never going to understand that. Is there a way to rephrase these itemized bills in a way that provides a little more clarity for a layperson that may not be a medical expert? So
Sure, and
they
some
can,
of us have done that.
check for accuracy in the bill?
Well, there's a couple of things. So no one is going to push us more on the accuracy of a bill other than an insurance company. So insurance companies spend thousands of dollars, probably millions of dollars, going through audit departments, and they will audit hospitals and request bills. We go through insurance on overcharges and undercharges. Insurance will press us on, was that the right code? Should you be billing that? So we're going through that constantly with insurance companies. We have our compliance department.
I hear what you're saying. In some cases, I agree with you, but I also think that especially when it comes to self-funded plans, that insurance companies are not always as watching of the store as they would be if it was a fully insured product, because essentially they're a pass-through at that point. It's not them paying the bill, it's the employer paying the bill. So yes, they're looking for value, but I'm not convinced that there's that level of scrutiny that there would be if you're indemnifying the risk as a company yourself. Because I've seen some pretty high-profile cases where, there was just literally fraud occurring and went on for years against some pretty large employers in the Houston area, like Southwest Airlines, that in the millions of dollars. And finally, in one case, the provider's ex-wife turned him in, and that's how TDI found out about it. The insurance company had no idea or wasn't paying attention, so.
Well, and that's only one avenue. I feel like insurance companies are going after self-funded business almost as much as fully insured. The majority of our business in Houston is self-funded. We have compliance departments in Memorial Hermann that are constantly looking at what we're doing. We also have technology that has helped us to charge better and reduced errors. So I'm not saying that there would not be an error on under or overcharges, but we are applying a lot of technology and a lot of interventions to prevent that, and much better today than we were even 5 years ago. We're implementing Epic now, which Epic has a lot of additional bells and whistles to it, even more so than the patient accounting system we have today. That's going to even reduce that further.
Thank God. You're bringing Epic to Memorial Hermann?
Yes, we are. 2-year journey.
2 thumbs up for that. Okay, and then we also have, because I know we talked about this last session with regards to hospital price transparency, you actually have a pretty sophisticated cost comparator tool online that's prospective for Memorial Hermann, where if a patient knows what service they need and they know their insurance information, they can get a price like they're out of pocket up front, right?
Yes.
So how many services do you offer as a healthcare facility? What percentage would you say a patient could prospectively search out and get an upfront price from Memorial Hermann? Would you say it's 30%, 50%, 90%?
Can I get back to you on that? I don't have a percentage.
Okay.
I know that's hundreds of services. I don't know. There's thousands of services. I just don't know the percentage. We did try to bring in the highest volume of procedures to make sure we captured mostly what patients were asking for. If we don't have it available, we do have our phone number for patients to call in, and they can get it that way.
Because, I feel like the other way you can kind of maybe potentially address the issue at hand that Representative Harris is trying to address is maybe by expanding those online tools so that a patient can actually get that information
Well,
based
that's
on what they
going back
think
to
is going to happen, right?
Yeah, and that's going back to what the insurance is going to pay, like the expected patient liability, which is what we think is the most important thing the patients want. The itemized statement is going to list every service and every charge, regardless of what they owe or regardless of what the insurance company pays us. And most of them don't want it. So, I would like to spend some time working to figure out, even through this process, I looked at what we were doing. We at Memorial Hermann have opportunity to communicate better with our patients on, maybe we need to make it brighter and bigger on our consent form. Maybe we need to have a more of a dedicated space on our website. Maybe we need to have a verbal conversation when patients are signing their admit documents about, hey, if you want an itemized statement, here is how you can get it.
Okay, last question, and I'm sorry to take so much of your time, but
Yeah.
Under the existing statutory requirements, state and federal, do you know, and you may not, do you know what the requirement is as far as if you don't provide that upfront pricing information when requested, is there any restriction on your ability to send someone to collections? Do you lose the right to send someone to collections if you don't provide the pricing information on request?
I don't believe so, but it does seem like it's kind of an administrative penalty. It just seemed like it's broad. I know that Memorial Hermann has never had that applied to us.
Okay.
But I don't think it's a definitive penalty on what that could be.
Okay. Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? No? Thank you for your
All right,
testimony.
thank you very much.
The chair calls Charles Miller. Thank you for being here today. I show that you registered as Charles Miller and you're with Texas 2036 and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You can begin with your testimony.
All right, well, thank you. We're here in support of the bill. I want to just go ahead and address some of the maybe misunderstandings that are going on just with the time frame of how this would work. The bill as written does contemplate that this would be applying to attempts to collect money from a patient after a service has already been providing. So this is not about collecting prepayments when you go in, but after it's already been provided. And so normally, as Chair Oliverson pointed out, what happens is the provider is going to send the amounts over to the insurance company. The insurance company is going to adjudicate that bill, reduce it according to their contracted rates, and then send that information back to the hospital along with a payment. The hospital or other provider then has the right to go ahead and bill that enrollee the remaining amount. However, in many cases, what ends up getting sent out is not an itemized bill. It is simply a, you owe us X thousand dollars. And this bill is attempting to collect that. So in terms of timeframes, there is no particular timeframe that is put on a provider to send that itemized bill. It is simply a precondition to being able to collect any amounts after the service has been provided from that enrollee. And so this is simply put in as a measure to make sure that people have an opportunity to review, make sure that the services that are listed there were provided, and to dispute or adjudicate any of those if there are disagreements about this. And just by way of comparison, I would look at what happens every time we go out to a restaurant. You order services, and at the end of the day, you get an itemized list of what was provided to you. You can check with your server and say, I don't really remember getting that, or you know what? Actually, I think I ordered something else that's not on here. You can correct that before you end up paying that final amount. And so it just gives an itemized list of what they are actually asking to be paid. On that, it would include the CPT code that was billed. It would include any payments that did come from the insurer. So all of that adjudication that was being discussed, the discrepancy between billed charges and what the contract rates are, should be included in that itemization so that the patient, at the end of the day, sees for that service what they are being asked to pay to settle that claim in full. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, but we are very happy to support this bill.
Thank you. Any questions? Dr. Oliverson?
Charles, always one of the smartest guys in the room, so I'm going to ask you the same question I just asked, which is, are you aware under the existing statute, you know, obviously there's a requirement if a patient requests a price estimate, and are you aware whether or not if they don't get that estimate, what are the penalties for that? Is there a restriction on the ability to send someone to collections, or what kind of what happens if they say they just don't do it?
I would differentiate between a price estimate, and I think there will be another bill here being heard today that's about estimates provided in advance of a service, and this is about the itemized bill. I'm not aware of any requirement that there is an itemized bill to be provided prospectively. It is that you are entitled to it upon request. That requirement, I don't believe, I can get back to you on that, so I don't believe that it has any bar on collection. The reason the bill was phrased the way it is so that when the provider sends that amount, the remaining amount that a patient would receive, that amount is not just a lump sum, that it is itemized. And it was contemplated that those would be simultaneous.
And you acknowledge that in the case of certain services that could be provided, I'm thinking like, inpatient hospitalizations that may last more than a couple of days, that statement itself could be many pages long, 30, 40 pages long.
Absolutely.
So that there's a cost to that for sure.
There is, and
that's probably ultimately, if I'm guessing, the hospitals aren't just going to eat that. That ultimately is going to get negotiated into if that becomes the law and that increases their costs, then we all know how this game works, right? Then that just ends up getting passed along down the food chain, and ultimately everyone's premiums go up as a result.
We anticipate that the actual cost of being able to provide something that they are already required to maintain in an electronic format would be de minimis compared to the overall operations of a provider's efforts. I mean, with a doctor's office, most doctor's office, when they're sending out bills already, they are itemized. They say, we saw you on this date, these were the services we provided. The one area where we really don't see this for a lot of times is a hospital bill.
Right, but that's the area where these bills will likely get, depending on how much information and detail you're asking for here, that could be voluminous.
This information should already be stored on the providers. Again, it is available on request, so the only additional expense this bill would have is actually providing it. And because it can be provided in electronic format, again, that should be a de minimis cost.
And do you think that, are there any HIPAA concerns with, I mean, I understand if someone's requesting to get this information and they're getting it, but someone who's not requesting this information, it does happen where we get patients that register for care under a false name or they don't give their actual address. This used to happen to me all the time at a Memorial Hermann facility in Southwest Houston, where we'd have folks that come in to deliver a baby. I think they were members of a gypsy tribe, actually, but they all had sort of this same address, but it was an abandoned building that they would put. I'm not making this up, it's a true thing. And so it could be really hard to, if you're just sort of mailing this out, right? And, this may not go to the right person.
I would anticipate that the problems that any facility would have in trying to collect from people where they really don't know where they live, they're using fake names, would actually have a much bigger financial burden than the cost of sending out that bill. If they know that those people are using a fake name or a fake address, they're probably not going to be able to collect whatever amount would be owed in the first place.
So this would only be triggered if they actually collect something?
Only if they are attempting to. So if, for example, an insurer...
Well, you're always going to send somebody a bill, I guess, right?
So if, for example, an insurer actually paid the entire portion and there was no patient liability, so a patient who had already reached and hit their out-of-pocket max for a year, for example, and there was no remaining patient responsibility, there would be no requirement to send that itemized bill because there's nothing being requested from the patient.
Okay.
Any other questions, members? Representative Johnson?
So Charles, are you saying that this only goes to people that are in delinquency? Or is this going to all patients?
So the bill uses the term debt collection that is defined elsewhere in the statute. And the way that it's defined, to my understanding, and I can get back with you and I'm happy to go over the statutes later if this is of interest, but my understanding is that it's basically any attempt to collect an amount. So when you send a
That's any bill.
Any bill.
Yeah, so I mean, I understand if we're limiting this to people that are delinquent and are not paying the bill, and you gotta go track them down and you're in a battle. But if you're sending this to any patient for any bill, then like Memorial Hermann said, that's I think she said 1.6 million people annually.
To be clear, that was patient encounters. That is not the number of individuals who may actually have an outstanding liability after insurance pays for it.
Okay, well, I'll ask them if they'll differentiate, and maybe they can give me that answer. But I also think the challenge is when you say, hey, they're already collecting this data, but they're collecting it for their internal purposes. They're not collecting it for public communication. So I think that's part of their challenge is that if you're asking them to take their internal billing coding that they do, that speaks within the system, and now convert that to a way that can go out to a paper communication for a layperson to read, you're asking them to create a whole new system that isn't currently contemplated by the financial system.
I think it's only fair that if they are asking for money from somebody, that that person have a right to understand what it is that they're being asked to pay for.
And I get what you're saying, like, they bring me out my bill when I get out of the restaurant, and I can say, hey, I didn't get 2 bagels, I got 1. But if you send me my bill of everything that's happened in the OR when I'm under anesthesia, I have no idea what's really there or what's not there. So I don't want us to create an additional challenge by comparing apples to apples on customer service when this is really apples to oranges, because we're talking about an entire different entity. So I get the point of transparency. I get the point of if a hospital didn't give somebody an itemized bill when they were suing them, that sounds like a whole other problem to me that we need to figure out what's happening there. I don't want to create a burden on hospitals to do something that, as we said, currently under law, you can opt in and say, I want it.
I do think it's worth noting that the only person in the entire financial apparatus that is currently set up that was actually there and would know whether or not a service that's being billed for was provided is the patient. And right now, that is the person who has the hardest time getting that itemized bill.
But I can get it. I can request it. And I've seen the documents. It says, if you want your itemized bill, call right here. So it's not being hidden from me, but you may not have 1.6 million interacting people want it.
While I don't have data on this, I would ask if you have tried to actually ever get one of these. It is not as simple as the statute lays out.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that wishes to testify on House Bill 1973? The chair recognizes Representative Harris to close.
Thank you. I just wanted to address a few things. So to your point on, people being sued over medical bills, a small claims court in my district had 70% of their claims had to do with medical debt in 2019 through 2020. So this really is happening. It really is a big deal. It's not, yes, I explained the constituent story, but it's more than just one constituent. It's many. And I know you understand that. We can work together on fixing that. The other thing I want to say in closing, there's really 3 things that we're trying to do with the bill. And so I'm more than happy to work with stakeholders and get to a point where we really can have something that can pass, provide more transparency, and really help my constituents and other Texans who need this. Those 3 things are making sure that every patient gets an itemized receipt before they pay a bill. So just making sure that if you've got a hospital bill that you're paying, if your insurance does not cover it all, you're gonna get an itemized receipt that has the billing code of which, so right now when you request an itemized receipt, you get the billing codes. So you've got the billing code and you've got the price. But what you don't get, you have to go find a decoder, or they'll give you a decoder, and then you go through all these codes and you have to figure out what the description is, and it's not always very clear. So that's another thing in this bill that we would like to keep in it. Again, we'd like to work with everybody on it, but just making sure that it does have that layperson description so that, when you get your itemized, you've got that list of codes, you've got your decoder, you're trying to go through all that. It has a layperson description that you can actually understand, that you don't have to go through and decode what services you were given. And then again, I just want to underline that this is before payment is collected. So again, if your insurance is going to cover all of your costs, you're not going to need an itemized bill. And the hospital or provider would not be required to send you one. This is only if they're trying to attempt to collect a bill from you that they would have to provide this itemized receipt. And I just want to add, I know 11,000 doors is not quite statistically reliable. I didn't ask every single person about this at every door, but the overwhelming majority of people that I talk to, they want this. I explain this to them and they say, why don't we have that already? I want this. And so, I don't know what other surveys might say, but I guarantee you if I put this on my Facebook page and said, hey, if you could get an itemized receipt before you pay your bills, would you want one for your medical bills? I'd almost guarantee 100% of the people would say, heck yes, I would like this. Why don't we have this already? So I just want to leave that with you. I'm working on this for my constituents, but again, I think this would really help all Texans. So thank all of you so much.
Thank you,
for letting
Representative.
me lay it out.
Thank you. If there's no objection, House Bill 1973 will be left pending. The chair hears no objection. House Bill 1973 is left pending without objection.
The chair lays out House Bill 1875 and recognizes Representative Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the Audiology and Speech Language Pathology Interstate Compact is a multi-state agreement that allows licensed audiologists and speech language pathologists the opportunity to practice across each state within the compact. As of now, 25 states have joined the compact and have enacted legislation to recognize each other's licenses. As a direct result, these states have seen an increase in access to care and outcomes for patients. HB 1875 would simply make Texas the 26th state to join the compact and recognize licenses for these practitioners across state lines. The bill would expand the ability of Texas licensed audiologists and speech-language pathologists to practice across these lines, and it would allow them to practice in person and via telehealth in other states that have joined the compact. The bill will go a long way to increase access to care and outcomes for patients in and out of Texas, especially those who live in rural or underserved areas. Because of our higher demand for services and economic freedoms, this bill will allow us to attract more of these licensed practitioners to our state while also allowing them to treat their patients in other states. I can answer any questions if y'all have, and we do have a couple people here to help answer some as well.
Question, members? All righty, we'll reserve your right to close.
Thank you.
The chair calls Lori Coletti. I show you registered as Laura Coletti, and you're representing the Texas Speech and Language Hearing Association and yourself, and you support the bill.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Please begin.
So I am a speech language pathologist. I am also the administrator responsible for hiring speech language pathologists and audiologists in Fort Worth Independent School District. And I want to talk specifically about the impact this will have on our hiring practices in our school district. In the public schools, we've got a shortage of speech pathologists and audiologists. We did a survey in 2022 and discovered that 89% of school districts across the state are reporting shortages of these critical roles. It's especially acute in rural settings. We're also seeing it in large urban districts such as Fort Worth ISD, where I work. I want to highlight a couple of important points about the services that are provided in our schools. Audiologists ensure that deaf and hard of hearing children have access to their education through hearing assisted technology. And then speech language pathologists treat any sort of communication disorder. Research shows us that those children who have communication disorders are at high risk for difficulty learning to read. So that's a critical role in our schools. So we'd love to have this tool so that we can facilitate hiring folks who are licensed in other states within the compact. We're noticing Fort Worth is a growing city, Texas is a growing state, and we're getting a lot of applicants from other states. I do want to express our appreciation for Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. They do a great job of licensing our applicants as quickly as possible, but sometimes there are delays because of the sheer number of requests they're processing. We had a situation a few years ago where we were hiring an audiologist who came to us from Kansas. She had a clinical doctorate. She was well qualified for the role, but she wasn't able to start at the beginning of the school year simply because we had not gotten her Texas license yet. And the start of the school year is a critical time for making sure that deaf, hard of hearing children have their hearing assistive technology in place, so they're ready and aren't missing even a minute of their education, okay? So I just want to be sure that we take advantage of this opportunity, as 25 other states have already. so that we can facilitate hiring of these critical roles, okay? Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this morning. We appreciate your consideration of supporting this bill.
Questions, members? So this will help facilitate getting licenses quicker from folks that are coming from other states that would potentially be participating in the compact. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
Tell me or talk to me about during the pandemic when in-person meetings were limited. Were you able to deploy services to children that might need it via Zoom or other devices?
Absolutely, yes. We shifted very quickly to be able to do that. Speech-language pathologists were highly effective in that role. Audiologists, of course, have to have in-person contact to be able to assess, but they were able to provide the hearing technology that children needed, sometimes delivering things to homes even, so that we could make that happen.
Yeah, I know one of the other programs that typically deals with children, ECI, they were also having to deploy things remotely via Zoom and other platforms like that.
That's correct, yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, and this telehealth definitely would be impacted by this particular bill, this compact.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Chad Whited. Chad Whited. Okay, Lila Almond. Show you registered as Lila Almond. You're representing yourself and you're for the legislation, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Please begin.
Good morning, almost afternoon. My name's Lila Almond, and I'm a nationally certified speech-language pathologist. I am also currently licensed in 3 different states. I live outside of San Antonio in Bulverde, Texas. I began my career in Houston in 1998 and married my husband in 1999. At the time, he was enlisted in the U.S. Army. For the next 20 years, we moved every 2 years while I continued my career. My story is common among many military spouses. Frequent deployments, frequent moves, starting a family, all while striving to continue a career with a resume that shows a new job every 2 years. Over the 20 years my husband served in the military, I was licensed to practice in 8 different states. In each situation, I had a job secured before we even moved. I was ready, willing, and able to start providing speech therapy services well before my new state license was processed and active. While it sometimes created a financial burden on my family to wait, most importantly, it created a delay in my ability to deliver services to individuals needing those services. Most of my career has been focused in serving the pediatric population. In the last 15 years, I've been dedicated to the school setting. As Lori mentioned, there is a critical shortage of speech-language pathologists nationwide, and Texas is no exception. That same study that she mentioned, I'll reiterate, indicated 89% of school districts in Texas report a shortage of SLPs. In my current role as a director of special education for a national education company, I am responsible for collaborating with schools in multiple states, including Texas, to hire, train staff, special education staff, and mentor their compliance. Every day, without fail, I receive a call from a superintendent, principal, or special education director requesting speech therapy services for students that are falling further and further behind every single day. Due to those staffing shortages and also due to the delays that sometimes happen waiting for licensure. With the mass use of online learning during the pandemic, almost every school I speak with now is more than willing to utilize telepractice. This model of service delivery has been proven to be both effective and evidence-based. While telepractice does provide an avenue to address the shortage of providers, the licensure process is still a barrier to our ability to deliver services in a timely manner.
Questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Vicki Tutton. I show you registered as Dr. Vicki Tutton, and you're representing the Texas Academy of Audiology and yourself.
That's correct, but it's pronounced Tootin, like rootin' tootin'.
Okay, I'm sorry. And you're for the bill.
I am.
Please begin.
So again, I'm Vicki Tootin. I hold a clinical doctorate in audiology. I live in New Braunfels. I am a retired military audiologist, but I'm currently licensed in the state of Texas. And again, I'm here representing the Texas Academy of Audiology, and we do support this interstate compact to join with 25 other states who have currently signed on. And again, the primary reason for my support of this bill is it would increase public access to both licensed audiology and speech pathology services, particularly important for some of the more remote locations where specialty care is needed. Sometimes people have to travel long distances across the state, and sometimes even crossing state lines to get services. Also, I know that there's concern about ensuring the state's ability to maintain a high standard of care and patient safety, but we feel like this compact interstate agreement certainly still allows for that assurance of existing state licensure laws. Again, as a military audiologist, I did hire some civilian military spouses over the years when I was stationed in different states, and I know there was quite a waiting period for these individuals, sometimes even affecting their ability, sometimes to be hired for the position. So I definitely do support this bill. And any questions?
Questions, members? Can you share with me how, as an audiologist, you might use this in a telehealth framework?
Certainly for telehealth, there are some services that we can provide. Actually, there is telehealth being done within the field where we can use technicians in more remote locations to set up a patient, and where we then and they do some things under our supervision, and then we can speak with the patient about the diagnosis and so forth. That's one way, and I know I have a colleague here that will speak to it in another aspect in the occupational audiology world. But we do have the ability, probably not to the same respect that speech pathologists, because we do have to utilize that technician on the other side to set a patient up with some equipment.
And I would imagine, too, you might be able to do instruction on how to use assistive devices via telehealth.
Assistive listening devices and hearing aids. There's quite a need sometimes for follow-up care in the hearing aid industry. And audiologists, again, that's a big part of some of the clinical services that are provided, a big part of the clinical services provided.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chair calls Marjorie Grantham. I show you registered as Dr. Marjorie Grantham, and you are representing the Texas Academy of Audiology and yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please begin.
So good afternoon, everyone who's still here hanging in. And I as Dr. Tootin shared, I am also a retired Army audiologist and worked with the DoD for over 30 years. And I'm definitely in support of House Bill 1875. I'm not going to speak to school audiology and speech language pathology or to the clinical side of audiology. As an occupational audiologist, I work for a company that supports Texas and industry in 3,000 other companies, many of whom are here, who have workers who are exposed to hazardous noise and chemicals that we know cause damage to their hearing systems. It's very important if we're looking to hire someone who needs to go across states as a professional supervisor of occupational hearing specialists, that we are able to do that without having to be licensed in every state where we have clients and where we have occupational hearing specialists going out and providing hearing testing and hearing conservation education. So this is going to eliminate some of those challenges for us with the passage of House Bill 1875. Not only do we have military spouses who can work in occupational audiology, and we, as you noted or you heard before from my colleagues, we are in a national shortage of audiologists and a Texas shortage of audiologists as well as speech language pathologists. But when we have clients, again, all over the U.S., 26 states still to me sounds like a very small number, but since this is my home and this is where I'm serving and in this next career, I would really hope that we can come to something like our national certification that across the board allows us to serve as audiologists and speech language pathologists no matter where we're moving. Any questions?
Questions, members?
No questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair calls Lawrence Higdon. I show you registered as Lawrence Higdon, and you're representing the Texas Speech Language Hearing Association and yourself, and you support the bill.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please begin.
Thank you, Chair Click and members of the committee. I am an audiologist. I also represent the Texas Speech and Hearing Association. But this is an important bill. We almost got it passed last time. Representative Guillen got it all the way through the House, and it kind of ran out of time in the Senate. But I think it's important to note that the language in this bill has been passed by the exact language has been passed by the 25 other states who have begun the process of going through developing a compact. I think we've made a great deal of progress. We were at 0 to 1 or 2 states when Representative Guillen had this before the House last time. Now we're sitting at the 25 states that have passed it. I think it's also important to know that we have 11,700 speech pathologists and audiologists that live within 50 to 75 miles of the border, particularly when you look at it from Lubbock, Amarillo, across to Wichita Falls, over to Texarkana, that area, because Oklahoma has already passed the compact and have a number of friends who have to have a license in both states. I've been fortunate to do most everything in the profession over a period of time, from being a clinical audiologist to being on faculty at Texas State, Pan American, the old Pan American University, and more recently than that at Ole Miss. And when I was at Ole Miss, supervising audiology students, I had to have a license in Alabama, Tennessee, and Louisiana, as well as in Mississippi. And I only have a license in Texas, Kansas, and Nebraska. My wife is a speech pathologist from Nebraska, so I do some consulting up there. But this does not cost the state any money. The cost will be obtained from those who elect to join the compact. It is not a mandatory statement that everyone has to join the compact. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to.
Questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1875? The chair recognizes Representative Guillen to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's no further questions, I close and I ask for your favorable consideration.
If there's no objection, House Bill 1875 will be left pending. The chair hears no objection. House Bill 1875 is left pending without objection. The chair lays out HB 3501 by Representative Thimish and recognizes Representative Thimish to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Click and Vice Chair Campos and committee. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out 3501. This bill was a recommendation from the Texas Human Trafficking Prevention Task Force. The task force consists of more than 50 member organizations, including state agencies, local law enforcement agencies, district attorney offices, and non-government organizations, and serve as a collaborative body aimed at coordinating anti-human trafficking efforts across state, federal, and local levels. Members of the task force noticed a trend that victims of human trafficking were coming to them with tattoos they were forced to get to demonstrate that they belonged to someone. Recently, I learned from the Fort Worth Police Department's Human Trafficking Unit, which is located in my district, that almost all of the human trafficking victims they encountered had multiple tattoos. Some they were forced to get and some they chose to get, but there are often patterns of design that indicate someone has been in a trafficking situation. Tattoos of things like crowns or money bags, possessive names, or derogatory terms are usually a clear indicator that someone's been trafficked. While the tattoos could have been originated somewhere other than a licensed studio, victims often go to a professional, and if that professional were trained, they may see some of these concerning tattoos, and by asking questions, discover that at some point that victim was in a human trafficking situation. House Bill 3501 would implement human trafficking prevention training requirements for employees of tattoo studios as well as body piercing studios. Employees would be required to complete a training course on identifying and assessing victims of human trafficking. Additionally, licensed tattoo or body piercing studios would be required to display in an area of the studio regularly accessible by employees a poster with information on recognizing potential victims of human trafficking and methods of assisting them. Peace officer, healthcare professionals, school board trustees, superintendents, and even certain hotel employees are currently required to complete some sort of human trafficking prevention training. I know because I'm a former school board trustee. This bill would make it so that licensed professionals who are unknowingly in close contact with human trafficking victims can recognize the signs and potentially save them from these horrific situations. Chairman, members, thank you again for the time to lay out this bill. I would appreciate the committee's favorable support for this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions about House Bill 3501, if there are none.
Just want to say this is a great bill. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you. When you think about tattoo parlors, even just you're in close contact, and oftentimes that perpetrator might be outside of the room. So there's an opportunity for them really to engage in a way that I think so many other ways you wouldn't have that opportunity.
Other questions, members? All righty.
I just reserve the right to close.
I'm not showing anybody signed up to testify.
Oh, okay.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3501? Chair recognizes Representative Thimish to close.
All right. Well, I would appreciate your favorable support for 3501, and I close.
Representative, is this your first bill in committee?
It is not, but it is my fourth for today.
All right.
So I'm done.
Great job, thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no objection, House Bill 3501 will be left pending. The chair hears no objection. House Bill 3501 is left pending without objection. The chair lays out HB 3144 and recognizes Representative Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairwoman Clegg, Vice Chair Campos, and committee members. Last year I was introduced to the Caprosi family, sitting right over here. They're constituents in my District 118 who personally experienced the devastation that fentanyl causes after their 17-year-old daughter, Danica, fell victim to fentanyl poisoning. HB 3144 is a straightforward bill that would designate the month of October as Fentanyl Poisoning Awareness Month in Texas. As some of you may know, the National Drug Awareness Campaign, Red Ribbon Week, is observed in schools across the nation during the month of October. This bill attempts to build off of Red Ribbon Week and further discussions to include the dangers of fentanyl. I just believe that having more awareness of the devastation that this drug is causing, putting an awareness month during schools for high schools and colleges will save lives. I'm happy to answer any questions and respectfully reserve the right to close.
Members, do you have any questions for Representative Lujan? Okay, stay close by because I'm not showing that anybody is actually signed up to testify. So is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3144?
Is he registered?
Did you register? Okay. Alrighty, the chair recognizes Representative Lujan to close.
All right, thank you, members. I request your favorable consideration on HB 3144 and urge you to remember one pill kills. I close.
If there's no objection, House Bill 3144 will be left pending. The chair hears no objection. House Bill 3144 is left pending without objection. The chair lays out House Bill 3192 and recognizes Representative Lujan to explain the bill.
Once again, thank you, Chairwoman Clegg and Vice Chair Campos and members. As we've been talking about, fentanyl has quickly risen to the #1 cause of death in Texas for those aged 18 to 45. In the majority of these cases, the decedent did not actively seek to take fentanyl. Victims' families have voiced concerns of inaccurate and inconsistent causes of death listed on a death certificate. Example includes fentanyl toxicity accidental. Some death certificates say overdose. Some will say suicide. This bill, HB 3192, would require the medical certification on the death certificate must include the presence of the substance and the term fentanyl poisoning if a toxicology examination reveals a detectable amount of a controlled substance listed in penalty group 1B in the body of the decedent. Members, the bill was filed as a non-legislative council draft. The committee substitute remedies that issue and reflects language requested by prosecutors to avoid unintended consequences. I want you to know that I became aware of the devastation of this drug and the causes after meeting the Caprosi family who's here today. And they're here also to share their story. They'll be testifying. And it is time for the state of Texas to honor the victims and families of those that have been lost to fentanyl by classifying these deaths as they are. They're a poisoning. I'm happy to answer any questions and respectfully reserve the right to close.
Questions, members? Okay, we'll reserve your right to close.
Thank you.
Chair calls Veronica Caprosi. I show you registered as Veronica Caprosi. You're representing yourself and you're in support of the legislation, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. My name is Veronica Caprosi. I am testifying on behalf of myself in support of HB 3192. Excuse me. A little bit about Danica. She was a bright girl, 17. She was mine and my husband's only child together. This was her senior year. But Danica came with some issues. She had really bad insomnia since junior high and food allergies. The food allergies would cause her body pain. So she was under doctor's care. We were trying to do things holistically, naturally, and that wasn't working for her. It wasn't strong enough. So we feel she took to pills off the internet, Snapchat, Instagram. And she took a pill and it killed her and she never woke up. She took a pill thinking it was Percocet and it was a full fentanyl pill. And, you know, she said, Mom, I'm gonna, you know, not work today. And I'm thinking she's gonna wake up the next morning and go to school or go to work. And that didn't happen. But we lost our child. She was a good girl. And we're trying to spread awareness. And having Danica's death certificate classified for what it is, fentanyl poisoning, it gives us some kind of, I don't want to say relief, but some kind of, this is what she died of. She didn't commit suicide. It was not an overdose. It was a poisoning. And I feel like death certificates should be written down as what they are, poisonings. It gives law enforcement also room to treat it as a homicide and go after the drug dealers because Danica did not choose to die. So it's very important for me to have fentanyl poisoning on the death certificate.
Representative Smith?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I applaud you for your courage, you and your family. We all are certainly horrified and so sorry for your loss. But your efforts in connection with this bill and the last one and then the other bills that are going on recognize that this is the scourge, one of the scourges of our time. And I hope that the Texas legislature is taking it with all due seriousness and that we can do our part to help children in the future. And I appreciate you joining with us to do that.
I would appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Other questions, members? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Joanne Lopez. I show you registered as Joanne Lopez, and you're representing yourself and you're for the bill. You've actually registered twice. Can we have your permission to delete one of those?
I believe my daughter did the second one, and it was for the first House bill. So that's why I didn't get up for that one, but this is just as important for me.
So is it okay for us to delete one of those?
Yes.
Okay, super. You can begin.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Joanne Lopez, and in August of 21, I lost my granddaughter to a fentanyl poisoning. To me, this bill is very important because Her death certificate right now says it was a suicide overdose. I know my granddaughter did not want to die. She had a calendar on things that she was trying to do to get herself better. She had abandonment issues and mental health problems. Just this past March 13th, her boyfriend that got her addicted also passed away from fentanyl poisoning. My granddaughter was found 2 days after she passed. So I never got to say goodbye to her. I didn't get to hold her hand, kiss her cheek. I didn't get to do none of that. Now I carry her around my neck. I carry rocks in my pocket because we had a thing about making rocks and shapes of rocks. So my testimony today is that she didn't want to die. She didn't leave a note. And in that note, what she was saying, it was the last will and testament of what happened to her. Because the boyfriend sent her home in an Uber at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And they took her phone away. So she had no way of calling for help, calling me. I'm her grandmother. And I raised her. It's the hardest thing ever in my whole life that I have ever had to deal with. And I am in favor of this bill because when her children grow up, she had 5 children. Her youngest is 2. Next month. And I don't want them ever to go back. One of them doesn't have either parent now. And I don't want them to go back and look for their mother's death certificate and see that it was a suicide overdose. Because she had a calendar telling me she was gonna, her calendar, she had appointments to go into looking for a rehab. She had an appointment with her counselor that week. So please vote in favor of this House bill. It's a way that I'm going to be able to carry on in my life and be rest assured that when I pass, that certificate will not say suicide overdose.
Thank you for sharing your story and being here, and sharing your pain with us as well. That's important to help you process it as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair calls Stephen Jones. Show you registered as Stephen Jones and you're representing the San Antonio Professional Firefighters Association, IAFF Local 624, and you support the measure. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty, please begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. My name is Joe Jones. I go by Joe. Sorry, madam. My name is Joe Jones, and I represent the San Antonio Professional Firefighters Association, and we are in favor of House Bill 3192. Representative Lujan, we thank you for filing this bill. And Chair Click, I noticed that you're a joint author of this legislation. Your support is critical. On behalf of the San Antonio firefighters, we thank you for your support. Now, I can understand there might be a little bit of confusion. I mean, why would a firefighter be here today to testify in favor of anti-fentanyl legislation? Our answer is simple: because it matters. Lost lives matter, and every life we can save matters. This bill is one piece of the solution to our state and our nation's fentanyl problem. Our San Antonio firefighters and paramedics serve on the front lines in San Antonio, where we frequently identify deadly drug trends first. As you all know, fentanyl is killing our youth. It is being weaponized through illicit mixing with other common medications, and it is intentionally being distributed to our children. Unfortunately, our collective communities suffer a lack of education and understanding about the dangers of fentanyl poisoning. Further, there is a clear stigma attached to the epidemic, making our duties that much more difficult. Representative Lujan is all too familiar with the reality on the streets because he is one of us. Having served San Antonio as a firefighter for 25 years, Representative Lujan knows the importance of education, recognition, and destigmatization, might have made that word up, in the fight against fentanyl. House Bill 3192 is an important step in the right direction for Texas in the fentanyl fight. As first responders, we sincerely hope the committee will move decisively and expeditiously to advance House Bill 3192. We look forward to this bill becoming law in Texas, and we will put our strength behind making this a reality. I thank you for your time, your attention, and your action in regard to combating fentanyl epidemic, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, members? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And next on deck is Chrislyn Wells, followed by Garrett Phillips. I show you registered as Chrislyn Wells, and you are here representing yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Alrighty, please begin.
Hi, I'm Chrislyn Wells. I want to thank you all for being here today, all the members that are here. November 18th and 21, about 7:30 in the morning, my 6-year-old daughter and I got to my vehicle to go to take her to school and found my son deceased there. And from the very beginning of finding him passed on, you know, of course, I tried to do the resuscitation. I called 911. I tried to do everything that you're supposed to, you know, do. But there were questions of what happened. We know that it takes about 4 months to get a toxicology report back, or at least in our case, 4 or 5 months. And in that time, unless you have a gunshot to the head, there's no question of whether somebody is, you know, this is a homicide or a suicide, or if it looks like an overdose of some sort. And so even though 48 hours before this happened, my son was seeking mental health help and was denied services. Even though there was a particular unsavory character who was targeting my son at the time, that was like at the building when this happened and threatened me afterwards, and our house was broken into during the funeral. All of these things happened. There was no investigation for anything because there's no death certificate that says that this is a homicide or a potential homicide. So say something says accidental overdose, which is what my son's death certificate says. Accidental overdose doesn't equal to anything for victim support. It doesn't equal to anything for investigation. So I tried, you know, I left my vehicle there waiting for the investigation to happen for 4 months. And I'm a single mom, and that's the only car I drive. So it sat there and it waited and it waited and it waited, and nothing happened because there's nothing the law can do because there is no law for that. And accidental overdose is not crime. So during this time, you have these drug dealers and these kids who are peddling whatever's happening is continuing to happen, and the cops aren't able to investigate and chase them down or try to do anything because there's no reason, because there's no crime. So the only way this is going to change is if we can actually change the death certificate law and make it so that this is a poisoning, which is actually what it is. My son's death or toxicology report came back after they gave the cause of death, okay? And the toxicology report shows it wasn't just fentanyl, there was carfentanil. So this is like the poison of the poisons of the poison. It's not, you know, something that he was seeking out to do. You know, he may have had impulse control problems with PTSD. He may have had problems, and he may have been trying to self-medicate, but he also was looking for a Percocet. And I know this because I've been through all the messaging and everything in his phone. So, you know, if this was done intentionally by someone given to him, that would be like a murder. You know, if it was unintentional, like a friend gave him a pill by accident, that's manslaughter. But none of that will ever happen because right now it's accidental overdose.
Thank you for your testimony. How old was your son?
18, and he's also a young father. I have a 4-year-old granddaughter who is autistic. And you also, that's another thing, you know, for survivors benefits and that sort of thing, accidental overdose is not something that, across the country, a lot of people are struggling with getting survivors benefits because of what the death certificate says. And with my son, in his case, him being so young is another problem, but with his disability, that would be different. But yeah, it all depends on the death certificate.
Questions, members? Thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you.
Chair calls Garrett Phillips. Up on deck next will be Keith Pickard. Show you registered as Garrett Phillips, and you are representing the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office and yourself, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you are against the bill?
That is correct.
Okay, please begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Garrett Phillips, Deputy Chief Medical Examiner at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office in San Antonio. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning opposing House Bill 3192. As a Texan medical examiner, I have grave concerns about this bill as written, and those concerns run the gamut from philosophical to pragmatic. The most pressing of the philosophical aspects concerning legislative dictation of medical opinion, inaccuracy of death certification, and the conflation of cause of death with criminal activity have already been addressed eloquently in a letter prepared by leading forensic pathologists and medical examiners of Texas, and I wholeheartedly endorse their sentiments. Toxicity deaths, such as those at which this bill is directed, are cases with non-natural manners of death. They therefore fall solely under the mandate of the death investigative system delineated by the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Chapter 49. In these cases, medical certification of the death certificate is completed by a justice of the peace or a medical examiner, a specially trained physician, the forensic pathologist. Also, in many cases, justices of the peace will rely on the opinions of forensic pathologists to determine cause of death. During my career, I have personally been privileged to train under, work alongside, and participate in the training of medical examiners and forensic pathologists who are currently serving, among others, the counties of Bexar, Dallas, El Paso, Fort Bend, Galveston, Harris, Hidalgo, Montgomery, Nueces, and Tarrant. I can tell you that the medical examiners and forensic pathologists in this state know their duties, and they determine cause of death in each case in accordance with their medical opinions. When fentanyl is considered causative of or contributory to death, it is listed on the death certificate. This does not need to be legislated. It is already being done. The state need only trust these highly trained, qualified physicians to do their jobs, the jobs they have performed throughout the fentanyl and COVID epidemics, and the jobs they are still doing despite struggling with high caseloads, the highest ever seen at a time of unprecedented national workforce shortage. Against the backdrop of workforce shortages and competitive nationwide recruitment, the passage of this bill could force competent forensic pathologists to consider difficulties practicing in a state that legislates their formulation of medical opinions regarding causes of death. Their choice to avoid the issue entirely by pursuing any one of numerous career opportunities across the nation risks leaving our state with an increasingly depleted pool of physicians qualified to investigate these deaths. In conclusion, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to oppose this bill as written. At best, in the context of toxicity-related deaths it aims to address, this legislation is superfluous thanks to the work of our state's dedicated medical examiners and forensic pathologists. At worst, I fear the passage of this bill as written could force inaccurate certification of cause of death in a broad variety of cases and could exacerbate the medical examiner and forensic pathologist shortage in our state. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I'll answer any questions.
Questions, members? I've heard again and again from folks that someone has given them a pill that they thought was a pharmaceutical product, and many times something that was a prescription med that had a lethal dose of fentanyl in it.
Yes, we have been aware across the state of illicit pill presses that in some cases have been designed to specifically mimic prescription drugs.
But the deceased in that case was not intending to overdose.
Each case is going to have to be
Sure.
evaluated on its own merits, whether or not if someone intended to overdose on one drug but found themselves overdosing on another, the toxicological examination and the cause, not the manner of death, could potentially be affected depending on the investigative information available in that case.
From a prosecution perspective, if it's just merely a drug overdose, I mean, is it possible that somebody could be criminally prosecuted if they were providing adulterated product?
Not being a prosecutor, I'd have to defer to them. It is currently my understanding that there is no specific wording or lack of wording on a cause or manner of death statement that would preclude prosecution if a district attorney or a prosecutor were so inclined.
Yeah, I've also heard that there is not like an ICD-9 code for fentanyl overdose. Is that correct?
There may be. We tend to use statistical death codes, and those would be something along the lines of drug or toxic.
Right, well, it makes it, by not having the full scope of the breakdown of the drugs that somebody consumed, from a statistical standpoint, if you're looking to make policy, it would be helpful if we knew what product it was.
Absolutely. And again, it is always going to be our goal to include all of the deaths which we feel did contribute to death. Of course, there are some medical circumstances in which we are limited either by the condition of the decedent or, not uncommonly, a prolonged hospitalization with subsequent destruction of the first blood specimens drawn at the hospital, where we may have very strong circumstantial evidence that a drug toxicity has caused death, but we may not necessarily have the materials we would need to be able to prove that or to identify the specific drugs that were present.
Are you currently testing on your tox screens for products like xylazine?
I will get back to you on that. I will have to ask our chief toxicologist. We have a fairly comprehensive in-house toxicology laboratory. We are lucky in having that. And I know that they both keep up to date on emerging drug trends and also are involved in verifying the sorts of testing that would be necessary to detect those drugs. Obviously, if we have a novel substance that we cannot test for, fortunately, we also have the potential to send out to other laboratories, some nationwide laboratories that might have such capacity.
Right. Well, I understand that that product is showing up, and for those of you that are not familiar with it, it's a veterinary product. There's no human approved use, and it will kill you too. It's a large animal tranquilizer that is also being used to adulterate product.
From a toxicology standpoint, we're living in a very complex and rapidly evolving situation. I know this legislature has had to deal with novel drugs of abuse and their analogs as they proliferated in response to legislation. So yes, things on that front move quite quickly.
Thank you. Members, anybody else have questions? Representative Smith?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Doctor, thank you for being here, taking the time. Have you had a chance to look at this bill? I guess you have.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's a real short paragraph that we're dealing with here.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to make sure I understand your issues and see if there's not something that we can do to kind of make this work, because I too have been hearing the stories over and over again about folks who, like this unfortunate situation with this granddaughter, right? she planning on living on, and yet her birth certificate says something else now. Her death certificate, excuse me. So what do we have? The death certificate shall include in the cause of death the presence of such substance and the term fentanyl poisoning. Can you explain to me what your objection is to that particular phrase?
Yes, sir. Actually, my objection comes sort of shot throughout the paragraph.
Okay.
The main issue is, to give an example, in preparation for my testimony today, I searched a fairly select subset of my cases from the past year, and I identified 2 cases in which a penalty group 1B substance was identified upon toxicology. Based on my reading of this bill, that would have mandated the presence of the term fentanyl poisoning on the death certificate. The 5 gunshot wounds that both individuals sustained, which injured major organs and blood vessels, would have been relegated at best to a co-starring role with these drugs, which played, in my medical opinion, no significant role physiologically in their death.
Okay. So have you had a chance to talk to Representative Lujan about this?
I have not personally, but I am aware of the letter that I mentioned that has been promulgated by multiple medical examiners and forensic pathologists in the state, and it is my understanding from my boss, Dr. Kimberly Molina, the chief medical examiner of Bexar County, that that letter was communicated to him and contains, again, many of these objections.
Okay. Well, we may have some objections, but do we have some remedies? Do we have some type of change or fix to this particular bill that you would recommend?
That letter does include some language. I'm happy to read it at length if time permits.
How long is it?
Probably 3 or 4 sentences.
Go ahead.
The medical certification on a death certificate must include the name of the drugs causing death if, 1, a toxicology examination reveals a controlled substance or substances listed in penalty group 1B present in the body of the decedent in an amount or concentration that is considered to be lethal by generally accepted scientific standards, and 2, the results of the death investigation and examination performed on the decedent are consistent with that drug or drugs being the cause of death.
Okay. Okay. So you understand the sensitivity of this and the broader purpose, right? You have.
Absolutely. As I've said,
right.
Every medical examiner in this state is on the front lines of this
particular issue.
Yes.
And it's awful. It's awful. So would you help me out? Would you commit to work with Representative Lujan? Because I think he's got the right idea here. I think we've had some bad circumstances which have arisen from these death certificates that I think is misleading the public. And I think that we need to face what the reality is of this scourge head on. And so would you help with him so that we can maybe make the law better? And I appreciate the work that you and your profession are doing to work on this situation.
Absolutely. I am always happy to provide what I can in the way of my honest feedback based on my experiences.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Other questions, members?
Yes, I have a question.
Representative Collier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand where you're going with this. I certainly see where it says you shall include it, but I also want to reiterate Representative Smith's comments. I do agree that I see a problem with that. If you have to put it down without citing the other causes, because when it says cause of death, there's how many lines?
When it says cause of death on part 1 of the Texas death certificate, there are 4 lines.
Okay.
The issue when a death certificate is filled out correctly is that only the bottom line should list ideally the cause of death. The remaining lines there will represent mechanisms of death, the way that the cause has exerted its physiological ramifications to create the effect of death. Beyond that, there is a Part 2 portion of the death certificate. That includes other contributing conditions which contributed, or other significant conditions which contributed but did not directly cause the cause of death in Part 1.
Okay.
So again, these are focused fairly tightly on the physiological cause of death, and ideally would not include natural disease processes, traumatic injuries, or drug toxicity, which did not play a direct physiological role in the death.
Okay, because the example you gave with the 5 gunshot wounds and fentanyl poisoning, I think that there's space for both, but we just got to figure out how we can put that in there. Because like you said, maybe it wasn't the fentanyl, but it was the gunshots that directly caused the death. And it can get a little, convoluted when you're trying to prove up, if you have a case, if there's a legal case, and you want to use the death certificate as part of the supporting documents, which one was it? What do they believe? And then my expert, can also look at it.
Yes, and again, the key being, in those cases, it was my medical opinion that the gunshot wounds alone physiologically caused the death.
But it also would help us be able to dedicate resources to certain areas if we had some more records about where we're seeing fentanyl poisoning and what it's called, the damage it's causing.
Yes.
So we can balance both of those interests.
Absolutely, if I may. One of the standards of the National Association of Medical Examiners, when they accredit medical examiner offices, is a mandate to create annual reports with statistics regarding all of the deaths that are reported, that are investigated, that are examined in a given jurisdiction. And I do know that many offices around the country are specifically highlighting opioid and fentanyl in annual annual reports. I would highly recommend that those be referenced. They represent an excellent source of information regarding the prevalence of these substances in the population. And again, in my opinion, represent a much better venue in which to discuss those issues rather than the cause of death, which again is directly focused on the physiological causes of that person's demise.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Question.
Representative Campos.
Yes. So I'd like to just reiterate what Representative Smith said, to work with Representative Lujan. I think it's a really good bill. And as we know, there's deaths on a daily basis with regards to fentanyl. And I think it's important to be compassionate with the families. Like the mom stated, she doesn't want her grandchildren growing up thinking that their mother, committed suicide. So I think it's really important. We just ask for you to please work with Representative Lujan on this.
Members, we have 3 witnesses remaining and need to get to the floor shortly. The chair calls Keith Pickard. Up on deck next will be Stephen Puslanock, and then J.R. Woolley. Show you're registered as Dr. Keith Pinkard, is that correct?
Yes.
And you are representing yourself, and you're against the bill.
Yes.
Okay, please begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Click, Vice Chair Campos, and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about HB 3192. My name is Dr. Keith Pinkard, and I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Travis County. And I'm here to testify against this bill as written. I first want to point out that I greatly appreciate the families that were here today for sharing their stories. I sympathize not only with them, but all of the families of cases of fentanyl deaths that we investigate. I see them every week, and I talk to those families during the course of my job. So I understand the epidemic that is going on right now. I also understand, however, that the language in this bill is problematic for several reasons, some of which would have already been brought up. Death certification is a medical opinion that should not be forced upon the certifier. Physicians must have the freedom to make medical diagnoses to their best of their knowledge and expertise. In fact, it's required by law that we complete the death certificate in accordance with what we believe to be true, and to do otherwise is a felony. These proposed bills, this one and others like it, both in the House and Senate, may result in an untenable situation where the certifier has no option but to break the law by including terminology that they do not believe to be accurate. To illustrate the point, as has been brought up by Dr. Phillips, the bill does not distinguish between dying of fentanyl and dying with fentanyl in their system, like in the case of the gunshot wound. I also have concerns regarding the use of the word poisoning, because that language misuses the intended purpose of a death certificate. The term poisoning is a broad and nonspecific term that focuses on an implied criminal act rather than on the physiologic effect of the drug itself. The words we tend to use are things like fentanyl toxicity or toxic effects of fentanyl, because those phrases properly describe what the drug is doing to the body. We understand that the objective of requiring the term poisoning is, in fact, to imply that a criminal act has occurred and to enable prosecution. It's simply not true that that is not possible without it. Police agencies and district attorneys are free whenever they see a potential criminal act to charge, investigate, and prosecute cases. I can give you an example. We see car accidents all the time in our line of work. Some of those are hit and runs. Some of those are drunk drivers. We don't inject the air of criminality into a death certificate in those cases. They're simply blunt trauma and accident because the collision was not intended. But when criminal actions are there, police and district attorneys have the ability to pick up those cases and investigate them.
Questions, members? I would encourage you to visit with Representative Lujan to see if there's a way that we might be able to, with some additional language, remedy this, if you would, please.
Absolutely.
Alrighty, thank you. The chair calls Stephen Puslanuk. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Up on deck next will be J.R. Woolley. If you'll state your name.
I'm Dr. Stephen Pustelnik.
Okay. And I show that you are representing the Fort Bend County Medical Examiner's Office, is that correct? And you are against the bill?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The bill is written, has a lot of language in it that implies that the medical examiners are inhibiting the prosecution of cases where fentanyl is present or even the cause of death. We are not doing that. Every district attorney I've worked with for the last 27 years has prosecuted drug overdoses that we called accidents, car accidents that we called accidents, any sort of other things like falls on the job accidents, anything like that. We're not stopping anything, and we're not doing this to hurt families. We're not doing this to inhibit prosecution. If the families are finding that their cases are being trivialized or left behind, it's not because of what we're doing. It's because in those cases, there's nobody to prosecute. One person got the drugs off of the internet. One person had a delayed death certificate that took a couple of months to come back. By that time, the police have not developed a suspect to arrest or don't have a strong case. Then oftentimes the police tell the families to not disappoint them. The medical examiner stopped the investigation because the way the medical examiner certified it means they can't go forward. That is a deflection of law enforcement, not for us. We don't intend to do that. We don't try not to do that. We tell we speak for the truth. We speak for the dead. We speak to the families. Fentanyl is never alone, almost never alone. It's with cocaine, methamphetamine, alcohol, hydrocodone, all multiple drug toxicities. We've had the DEA in 2 separate incidents go to forensic pathologists here in the state of Texas, in this region, and ask the certifying forensic pathologist to remove all the other drugs off their autopsy report for the purpose of leaving fentanyl as the sole cause of death so that they could prosecute easily. That's a falsification of an official government document. That's a felony. okay? This type of language in here that asked us to assert culpability. Poisoning is culpable. You'll never see a death certificate that says murder on it. We don't do that. We have homicide, we have toxicity, we have overdose. The other issue is that when the legislature tries to mandate and invade the diagnostic purview of the physician, it creates a hostile working environment for us to recruit for the rest of the country. We are desperate for forensic pathologists. Would the legislature legislate how a neurosurgeon makes their diagnosis for their patients, or a gynecologist, or a pediatrician? Why medical examiners? Why forensic pathologists? We are the hardest working public servants that you're going to see.
Your time's expired. Questions, members? All righty, thank you. J.R. Woolley. You got 2 minutes.
I'll try and
You'll
use
state
this.
your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
I am Judge J.R. Woolley, and I represent the Justices of the Peace and Constable Association in Texas, and we are against the bill as it's written.
And yourself.
And yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
A few things I'd like to say first. Fentanyl has a grasp on this country, and it's atrocious, and my heart goes out to these families. The second thing is, in the state of Texas, most of your certifiers of death certificates are justices of the peace. We do use the medical examiners to give us information, but we gather it. The other thing that I want to let y'all know, there's been a lot of talk up here from everybody about two different parts of the death certificate that I don't think's been differentiated. You have a cause of death, which is the toxic effects of fentanyl. And then you have a manner of death, which is homicide, suicide, accidental, natural, or unknown. So those 5 things are where a lot of the conversation's going, but none of the meat of the substance is there. So I think those are the 2 important things, and I know y'all have to go, so leave it for any questions that anyone has. And we are working with Representative Lujan's office.
Perfect.
I'll talk
Questions,
to you
members?
this morning.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Chair recognizes Representative Lujan to close.
30 minutes I have worth, no, I'm just kidding. Fast. I want to
1
thank you
minute.
for your time today, members, but I want you to know it's not the intention of this bill. It's not the intention of this bill to handcuff the medical examiner's office or anything like that. That's not what I want to do. That's not my intention. The intention of this bill is to give them more leeway to do the right thing. The subcommittee, the committee sub-report has been approved by the Harris County. It will be presented, and it has a lot of that same language that he read is in that. So we are working on it so we can make it right. So that being said, I just ask for your favorable consideration, HB 3192, and I close.
If there's no objection, House Bill 3192 is left pending. The chair hears no objection. House Bill 3192 is left pending without objection. The chair moves that the committee stand in recess until final adjournment, recess of the House, or during the bill referral if permission is granted. Is there objection? Hearing none, the motion prevails.